Alright, good morning everyone. Hope you had a fantastic weekend, and hope you've been doing well since I saw you last. I did have to restart stream briefly during the starting soon, so yeah, if shit's weird for you, maybe refresh, but it should be fine now. Should be fine. The OBS frame drops decided to start like as soon as I hit the button, and I happened to catch it early enough that I was like, no one's here yet, I'll just restart. Yeah, Kevin, it is bullshit. Yeah, and don't mind my just woke up voice. Little extra sleep today. Well, kind of. I fell asleep very early, and then I woke up very late, and then I stayed up for a bit, and then I went back to sleep, and then I overslept again. So something like that. Anyway, you guys don't care about that. You want to hear about the yeet, the lightning bolts of absolute fucking doom. So yeah, this build is just kind of crazy strong on Chaos 35. Like, it's by far my fastest C35 clearing build. Yeah, Cat. I agree. Yep. So we're gonna play more of that. Do some more farming for more optimal gear. There's a couple slots where I'm still like, eh. I did get some really good drops the last couple days though. On Friday, Saturday, I got like a couple primordials, and then I played a lot yesterday, and I got a bunch more. And there's a couple things I wasn't able to upgrade the way I wanted. You'll see. I'll just show you guys. I did have to settle in a couple slots. But it's going okay. It's going okay. And Aaron, how you doing? Stone Swan, Itzukata, Reckless Monster, Pico, Nadashpi, Rohith, Flo. Hope you're all incredible. So, I managed to roll, this is not my body rocker, but I managed to trade for this and roll Spore Fuse onto that relatively quickly. So, that's an upgrade. What was that face? What, my character? This face? It's Cat Girl Shrek. Goth mommy cat girl Shrek. Al, how you doing? Simple Rick, hope you're well. I finally got a Frost Empowering Sigil yesterday. It's awesome, so thanks for that tip. Hey, glad it's working out for you, Pico. We'll probably mess around a little bit with that kind of stuff today, as well, after some of this farming. So, I got a Body Rocker upgrade. I managed to roll an enchant I wanted on a worse version of my peg legs. So, I was using volatile peg legs, but I couldn't get this enchant on either of those, and at 4,000 a pop, very expensive. So I did downgrade to a non-LE one. It's even fire, which is kind of problematic. So I'm still hoping to be able to change that. I want this enchant I have on the left on one of these on the right. I did manage to get a really good armor. Only chaotic, but you know, only. It's 3 Wrath of Nature, Warp Paradigm with spell damage, area damage, and move speed. Melee ability increased by spell. So, like, yes. Yes, I will take that. The only way this could possibly be better is if it was volatile or primordial. I suppose, technically speaking, if those 2 points in Iron Squall were instead in, the other Spore Warden skill that can roll, the ability cooldown one, then I'd be less dependent on this enchant, and I could swap this out for a damage enchant. That's probably the end goal, honestly. Not being dependent on this, especially because it's so hard to roll this enchant. But that's a problem for later me. Morning Mozilla, how you doing? Sora, hope you're well. I did get a pretty good Tidebreaker, Primordial. Now, this is not a spec that uses it to do damage, so I don't really care that it does damage. I would have preferred having a second cooldown part, or, you know, some sort of third augment here. But I got it and rolled a decent enchant, so, like, whatever. Tidebreaker's interesting in the setups I've used it so far. Hey, David, how you doing? Like, the damage up on the lightning and frost is very significant, but the damage down on fire is really fucking annoying. And I do run a body rune, so sometimes it's problematic. So I've started just throwing my Tidebreaker into walls against targets that I don't want to actually hit. I don't think I even need to do that because I don't have any on spellcast enchants anymore. So it's just for imbued weapon. That's the only reason I cast a spell in some situations. Now, play the angles as spec here right now because I've been doing some testing and reconfirming, and I confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that fear not, lightning bolts do not cause play the angles. They do not. But I occasionally use other things, so I deemed that acceptable. Like, it's either I take play the angles and 1 point in bullseye I wouldn't have, or I take 2 extra points in imbued weapon, and that's, like, minor. So in terms of which minor thing I took, I went for this. I guess I could put more points over in just warming up. Realistically, that does help my sticky stuff when I do that. Maybe I move some from Font of Mana over. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud. Other stuff that I swapped out. I got a new Promise Ring. Nothing crazy, but the spell radius roll does nothing for me. But I did manage to get one with, you know, pistol crit damage, pistol reload speed, and spell damage all in one place. So that's cool. Eventually this will be probably a mood ring, and I'll spec out of mage armor. And then I got a volatile Sharksbane with pistol reload speed. Pretty sick. If this was primordial, if I had maybe that triple roll pistol reload speed, we could even start specking out of reload speed over there. But, you know, stuff for later. What else have I done? Oh, I got a primordial lightning fear knot, which is pretty sick. I got spore fuse on it after a while of rerolling, but I did it. I wasn't able to get spore fuse on my non-LE one yet. But I kind of like this enchant. The spell radius does nothing, but area damage, ASE, kind of nice. Yeah, that's how the... Oh, and then I got a Primordial Harbinger with fire damage. See the earlier fire problem with Soak, but it's something. Anyway, let's do some stuff. Let's do some stuff and things. Extended features, C35, let's go. Interesting face for your character, also hello. Hey, Ways of the Silence, welcome in. I like giving my characters personality. You know, make them stand out a little bit. I don't know if I can say that one, Jack.
Simple geometry.
So the interesting thing about this is, I found myself doing ridiculous dot damage just because magic bullets, a very big single instance of damage, and a fair amount of elemental stuff.
I blame you for trying.
Haven't been able to replicate it yet, but I did see a 1 mil chuck to the face on an obelisk boss yesterday, without Butt Stallion buffs. It was a 381k hit. Cat. Hey Cracksash, how you doing? One point I made my guy look like a dude from Dragon Age, blonde-headed guy. Nice. Yeah, I like making my characters look like other fantasy characters. Oh. Also, it's just recently come to my attention that apparently it's weird to say ow when you get hit in the game, and my life has been a lie. There's my fire one. That was a big chunk. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Some weirdo is how people who don't are serial killers. Right, it's like how you always lean in your chair when you're turning in a direction or peeking cover. You say ow when you get hit. That's just, them's the rules. Real the Ludite, which had 35% damage per TNT stuck it out, doesn't have that a visual bug. It's just the card not having room. Meteor's Gallivant. The same thing happened with Torg stickies in Borderlands 3. The effect is still there, it's just the card does not have room to display that and an enchant. So it decides not to. $950K right there. Big dot. Or tilt the controller. Or tilt the controller, right. Volatile Quaking Thunder with cooldown part. Shame it's a blue. I do need new Quaking Thunders. I haven't been picking them up in a while, and I should change that. Do all Luddites have that 35 damage? If you get a ×3, they should all have 35. ×2s and ×1s have different sticky mults. And for other weapon slots, there's... Like, it's possible to get a body rocker in ×18 that doesn't have the good sticky mult, apparently. But if you get a ×3, it should have the 35, is the short answer. Very likely does.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Thanks, you're very welcome. Morning, dog, how you doing? Lean to the left when I fight Vorkenar? Yo, me too. Sometimes I say ow when I drop something. I see I'm among friends. I kind of miss my eruption for knocking eye clubs out of the sky, but you'll see when we get to a boss, the bossing damage from having this soak debuff available is Malta.
You tell them I'm coming. Like, wait before the sign.
Racing games are a core workout. So last night I got the soak armor, and I have to say it changes how I build my character. I like when effects work out that way. When it's not just, hey, damage boost. When it's, hey, do this to achieve more damage. There's a distinction there. Soak does change in some circumstances. In some it's just, damage up. But in some circumstances, building around it changes how your build functions. Like in this build, I do need to be careful which enemies I use my spell on, because if I'm using, say, this weapon, it makes me do less damage against them. Now against these enemies, that's not a big deal. But I could always switch elements to this, and now it's just a damage up, with the exception of my bonus element. That starts doing less. There's a bit of nuance to it. Soaked armor's pretty too, love the cape on it. I've heard people complain about the collar. I haven't looked closely enough to... Here, I have one on me somewhere, I think. Yeah. I think that looks good. I just want to rotate my character without an item card blocking. Please. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I like that. I like that. Harbinger, Frost Spell Shot, Reload Speed, Shield Capacity. Yeah, that's good. I am on the lookout for more Harbingers. I want to have good Harbingers, like, each element.
This should be interesting.
Can Body Rocker be Dark Magic? Yes. Should be all elements. Soak seems good, but not critical from what I've seen. Is that about right? Yeah. It's a good, unique damage multiplier. Like, it's not additive with anything, it's a scale mult for those elements if you can get it. Which makes it very good, But you do have to... Okay, seriously, Bulwark, buddy? Like, stop dancing my throws. That was comical. You do have to sacrifice a slot or alter your playstyle for it. Yeah, Octavia, excuse me. How you doing? Avi, good to see you. You do have to alter your playstyle or give up a slot. So either you need to start using Tidebreaker in your spell slot, you need to start using Cave of Tides, which good luck getting a precise armor roll, or you need to swap weapons and use the launcher. So this does mean that it affects your build in some meaningful way. Now, there's some setups where it's just pure gain. Like, for example, if you're doing Dreadwind Berserker stuff, most of your damage is likely to be lightning and frost already, so there's no downside. But let's say you're a Clawbringer. Well, half your damage is fire, the other half is lightning. So half of it goes up, half of it goes down. So you need to kind of prioritize where your damage comes from. Gives it some meaningful nuance. Sounds nice and balanced overall? Yeah. And in each of those slots, you're giving up something relevant. Particularly, it's less of a big deal if you just, use the launcher in one of your weapon slots. But that does have limited ammo. And you do have to swap. And most class combinations don't have swap speed available to them. But if you're giving up your armor slot, you're losing something big usually. Whether it's a claw armor for that elemental conversion, which I've been messing around with in pet builds, and it's quite good. You're losing Selective Amnesia, which is a build centerpiece. You're losing Warp Paradigm, which is like the damage-dealing armor. You're losing Amalgam for stats. You're losing something, and also getting a specific armor, again, is very difficult. Or you're losing your spell, which, in builds that don't use a spell for damage dealing, usually not an issue. But there's other spells for non-damage dealing purposes that are very valuable, like Sigils, for example. Or, I was using a Colliding Eruption for knockback. Pros and cons, which is what keeps it balanced, I think. What do lightning chucks scale off of? They are area damage, they are gun damage. They may or may not be spell damage, that is awaiting some testing. Currently for me, they are spell damage because I'm using magic bullets and a warp paradigm, but they may also naturally be spell damage. I've not bothered to test that. Sad and test it. There have been people claiming they're spell damage, but honestly, there's a lot of bad tests going around out there, and I'd prefer some precision on that. Man, that one got deleted.
I've got all the magic I need.
Morning, Chester. How you doing? You think Chaos 50 would be the final cap? I don't know. They said something to the effect of that's the currently planned one. But remember when BL3 came out, or at least for the first year and a half of BL3, they said specifically that 72 was their final, or that 65 was their final planned. And then later on, their plans changed, and they made level 72. So, plans change. So for Vorkenar, I like to switch up to this. Fear Dagger Storms do melee? No, they do not. They do not. As So we kill the elite mobs faster than general trash mobs with this build. Love my day off. Hey, days off are great.
How's that for an action? See forever.
Switch into this for ammo consumption purposes. But if you look closely, when there's an ad flying by, the application of stickies does indeed trigger play the angles, and it'll ricochet to nearby enemies. That is one of the main reasons for when I pull out this gun. It's one of the main reasons I'm spec'd into it right now. Peg leg with amp. Worth picking up. I like peg legs, they're useful. A lot of melee weapons just kind of don't do anything outside of their niche, so if you are not using a melee weapon, you'll be like, oh, hey, like, what do I use this slot in my loadout for? And that's when I really like peg leg, because it is still very rewarding if you use it even infrequently. Like, peg leg, if you melee once every 10 seconds, then you get a pretty big move speed and reload speed buff. And every setup wants at least one of those things. This setup happens to like both. So it works out very favorably. Got a primordial peg leg last night. Let's go, dude. One of the eruption spells that spits all over the map. Yeah, some of the spells can cover ridiculous ground in this game. It's kind of crazy. I think I'll wait to farm all new gear till we get to Chaos 50. So the thing with that, Avi, is that's not how it works. You can farm the same gear on Chaos 1 through Chaos 19. Only at Chaos 20 does new stuff get introduced. And then the same gear is available from Chaos 20 to Chaos 34. And then Chaos 35, new gear is introduced. So waiting to farm gear won't do anything for you, because if you do that, what'll happen is you'll start going through the chaos levels. You'll get to one that's too hard because you're using gear from way below, and then you're stuck. So it won't be underpowered? No. It's not like this volatile was invalidated by the cap going up. It just went from volatile being the highest available tier to the second highest available tier. But this is still the highest available tier until 35. And at 35, it's still good. Yeah, it's not like Mayhem or OP level gear where you need to refarm at each level. It's totally different. Much better system, in my opinion.
You won't be needing that.
So as long as character levels don't go up, you won't have that problem that you're worried about. It's one of the many reasons a character level cap would be terrible for this game. And there are many reasons. Great way to keep power creep down? Yes and no. There's other forms of power creep that are already rearing their head because of that. And a great example of that is passives. If you look at the passives on this Primordial Harbinger I have versus, let's see, there's this regular Harbinger. These items are the same level, except one is the highest available Chaos tier, which is the third one up, and the other one is not. And you see the difference between shield capacity is already over a 50% difference. There's one item slot. And then if you look at the other things, well, that's a lot more spell shot power. That's a lot more elemental damage. With a roll like mag size, 10% can make a huge difference. Hell, the roll for, I want to say chaotic SMG mag size is like 9% on a ring. So it's already... These passives get really, really big. So that's a different problem, but that's also not a new one. We saw that with Borderlands 3 as level caps went up, passives got pretty crazy. It's why you saw by the end of that game's update cycle, Frozen Heart hitting the entire map in some maps, because splash radius got that big over time. Keep getting my stickies stuck to the bubble myself, Cat Sigil. You know a way to prevent it? I don't know how to prevent that, Owl. I've had that problem myself. I don't know a workaround other than safe quitting. Okay, so this is an instance where I limit where I actually use my soaked debuff against the boss, because we want to do big fire damage to him. And I'd say we did big fire damage.
Not this time.
Got this guy 3 times in a row progressing to C35. Unfortunate. I got mostly Stalissa and Son of a Witch in my few runs up to C35. Also, I named my pet in my swamp, so I can now say, "What are you doing in my swamp?" And it made me happy. Pet the swamp. Hope Ascendant, if we get it, doesn't boost our passes too much. It will, Pico. It'll be bigger than Primordial, so, like, the problem will continue to stack up. Oh, that's unfortunately timed. You gonna spawn some ads, or are you just gonna kill me? Oh, I'm out of ammo, too. I should pay closer attention. That's why I should switch to my body rocker for one of those phases. That's why I have it. I just did not look at my ammo. Luckily, the game was kind enough to drop me a volatile Gluttony. Gluttony is such a good fallback weapon whenever you're like, hey, I don't know how to do damage. Gluttony. When does Chum appear in the Chaos Chambers? As long as you've completed the DLC on that character, Chum is now in the available pool of bosses. So you just gotta luck into him.
dangerous mushroom. Worms won't go hungry tonight.
That's why we like Peg Leg. That was a much bigger chunk of DPS in that window.
God bless.
There we go. Morning, Avari. How you doing? It's the Quack. Hi, Quack. Hey, Viper. How you doing? Got to floor 9. Let's go, Viper. You'll get it. You'll get it. Over 10k crystals before hitting the chests on this extended feature. This is really good for crystal farming. As long as you have counters to Vorkenar and Drill, this is really good for crystal farming. Okay, so what do we want? I always want more spells. I want more rings. More shark's bands. I do want this Harbinger, but in more elements. Buffmaster coming all elements? Unfortunately, it does. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? Ven, thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for your support. Thank you for choosing me out of anyone on the platform. It means the world. Hope you enjoyed the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. And thank you so much once again. Ever been so tired, feels like a hangover? That's me today. Yeah, I know exactly the feeling. I know exactly what you're talking about. I hope it gets better for you soon, or you're able to get some rest, Navari. I had a bad migraine this morning. I could only tell because I went outside to take cat litter out this morning, and like light sensitivity go burr. But it went away, so I do feel better. In class, making notes over one of those things. Action skill duration and sniper crit. That's interesting, but the ability damage and ability crit chance still really synergize. Yo, Mac, thank you for continuing the gift sub from Blues. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you enjoy all the perks, or continue to. Thank you so much. That's a good ring. Hey, CR, got another picture? Sure. I'm at work for the next 8 hours, and then I've got to go home and get my kids bathed and put to bed. Won't be able to rest for another 10 hours or so. So, will you be worshipping at the Church of Caffeine? Like me? Got a new camera? Ooh, which kind, Mr. Adblock? I used to be a camera enthusiast, like, in high school. I kind of stopped keeping up with it, so. But still, cameras are cool. Already halfway done monster number 1. Go over your build again real quick? Yeah, absolutely, Flo. Absolutely. Best pistol in the game? Best isn't really quantifiable like that, Cracked Sash. Because the thing with that, it's something that'll be really good in one situation is not necessarily good in another. So, best is still like, Like, you could make a really strong case for the Gluttony. It does a lot of damage, but it's got conditions. You need to be at low health, and you get more out of it with more reload speed. So if you're on a build where you are constantly at full health and you have no reload speed, Gluttony's not going to perform well for you. Queen's Cry is a really good pistol because it scales up with spell damage. But if you don't have a lot of spell damage, it's not going to perform for you. So, like, it really is not a one-to-one thing. These pistols I'm using right now, Fear Nots, I really love these. They've got a great damage formula for the Lightning Bolt module, and they really scale up well with reload speed. But again, if you don't have reload speed, So my favorite would be Lightning Bolt module Fear Nots. In particular, Chain Lightning Bolt module Fear Nots. That's my favorite. Liquid Cooling Baz are definitely not that. Liquid Cooling's still incredibly good single target DPS against crit spots. I know you know that, but Can't get Queen's Cry to drop it, I'm raging. Yeah, the thing with that is, like, I've not gotten many good Queen's Cries, and it's a very parts-dependent gun. Like, very big damage swing, and then you've got the ×1 or ×2, you've got the different underbarrels. It's really hard to get a good one. Really hard. Shit, what's on this promise ring? No. Ooh, this is a good championship ring. Spell crit chance, spell crit damage, ability crit chance, gun damage? Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Shark's Bane. Ooh, companion damage, action skill duration, ability crit damage. There's a companion build I've kind of been messing around with. Duration would be nice on that. Yeah, I think I'd take that. Yeah, Bear Dragon, how you doing? Love Daggerstorm, fear not. It's like a gluttony that can't kill you. Technically, gluttony also can't kill you. It'll just put you to half. But yes, I get the energy fatal mutation. And having that in multiple elements, which you can get on the non-uniques, is very valuable. Some good rings in here, honestly. Not a bad haul. Championship ring with... is that a double roll melee crit chance? Yeah, that's a double roll on melee crit chance, I think. That's a lot of potential melee crit chance. Definitely have some stuff to put in the bank. Okay. I remember hearing if it does or not. Ability damage does not apply to Ghostblade. Correct, it does not. I feel like I've definitely thrown the gluttony in my feet and died from it. I mean, if you're throwing it and dying to it, yeah, that's different. The gluttony's effect is what I was saying. It does not do the thing to you.
Lightning bolt chucks use real electricity?
Yes, Fear Enjoyer, they sure do. Thank you for the $6.90, excuse me. That's pretty, it's pretty nice of you. I'd say that's very nice. I appreciate it. Okay, 10,000 moon orbs. Let me re-roll one of these. I don't want it on the fire one. I want it on one of these non-Ellie ones. I want action skill start gun damage. Spell cast gun damage. Next best thing, I guess. Nope. We keep going. Oh yeah, I was gonna go over the spec for you, Flo. Forgot already. Is that a Lego Star Wars alert? No, it's just the more thing from The Last Jedi, because it's a funny meme format. Got a couple of Shark's Bane rings with 30% gun damage instead of usual 15. Is that a bug? Unknown if it's a bug or if it's an intentional thing, Sam Lasco, but for whatever reason, Shark's Bane, if you roll gun damage as the primary, doubles. Not the other ones, just the gun damage. So if you want a gun damage ring, Shark's Bane is the move. It's just the wave. It's better. Because you get double off the bat. So at Volatile it's 39.4. At Primordial it's like 47 or something. Which is very, very high. And then on a crit, it still gets a 25% increase. So it's just more. It's just more. And that's before even looking at the fact they had to roll passes on the bottoms, and then you get the increased damage to land shark enemies, which isn't hugely useful, but if that applies to chums, then that's just hilarious. Rip chums. But anyway, skills-wise, some of this is experimental right now. Some of this I have kind of plans to experiment with moving points, but as of right now, starting spell shot tree, magic bullets, one of the best damage skills in the game. If you are playing a spell shot, you take this skill. You just do. It's what you do. Magic Bullets is unique is because it gives you what we call bullet damage instead of what we call gun damage, despite it reading the same. This is a unique multiplier. It is different, and it is an on-shot bonus rather than an on-hit bonus, and what that translates to is it improves dots from things that it affects, whereas gun damage does not. So this is good for dot builds, it's good for builds that have a lot of spell damage, it's good for gun builds, it's just one of the best skills in the game. Magic Bullets right there. Always max this if available. Prestidigitation is a lot of reload speed. We take this because our primary method of dealing damage is our lightning bolt chucks, but our secondary method of dealing damage is Torg stickies, which also benefit heavily from reload speed. So just really good for the spec in general. Mage Armor is nice for survivability, considering how frequently we're reloading, although depending on gear, you may want to opt out of this. If you're using, say, an Adrenaline part ward, or a Cursed Wit, or a Mood Ring, then yeah, you don't want Mage Armor. But for now, I'm using it, because it is extra tank, and it's only 1 point. 1 point just warming up. Now, I'm considering going more of these, because this helps my stickies. It does not help my chucks, but it helps my stickies. Currently, I've got a more favorable split to Font of Mana to help my spell cooldown, but I don't really need that, so I might change over. You play Chaos 35 without Chaos items? Depending on setup, you can. You can. It'll be much more difficult for you, but you can. A Glass Cannon is just a huge amount of spell damage, and there's no downside currently because I have a Harbinger equipped and I have Mage Armor, so I'm able to restore my ward easily enough. But this can also help you keep some of the aforementioned effects like Mood Ring, Cursed Wit, and Adrenaline parts, if you happen to use those. High Thread Count. If you're this far down Spell Shot, you take it. It's more Spell Weaving stacks, which is more spell damage, which is more Magic Bullets. It's more just warming up. If you go down to 1/1 kill, which this setup currently does not, but can. It's more of that. High Thread Count is just really, really, really good. It improves the best class feat in the game. It's a no-brainer. We're going Imbued Weapon right now because there's a couple leftover points in the spec after capping out the Spore Warden tree, and this is just the most logical place to put them. I'll go over a couple places where you could put them instead, but 2 Imbued Weapons seems to be the play for me so far. Over in Spore Warden tree, we're running Barrage for enchantments. Eagle Eye is gun damage. Affinity is ability damage. Now, this is the only source of ability damage in any skill tree, and we don't need it as much because we're using a Paradigm right now. So if you wanted to move those elsewhere, like if your Mushroom's dying too much, you could put it there for health. If you're not using the Barrage reload enchant, you could put it there for cooldown, etc. But currently, I've got it here. It's damage. 4 points in Bullseye, mostly to get down the tree. The gun crit chance does help, but it's pretty minimal. Bullseye is not a high value skill. Quiver of Holding, mag size, is really important for our stickies, and the ammo regen also helps our stickies. This doesn't have a huge impact on our chucks. If anything, it makes us deplete our ammo faster. So again, there's a reason to avoid it. Optimally, maybe if you get enough mag size on gear and you math it out properly, you might want to go 2 points here and move the third over to Bullseye so that you're chucking less of your ammo reserves on your pistol while still maintaining the same amount of shots on your sticky shotgun. Medicinal Mushrooms, quality of life, helps your mushroom save you in bad situations. Windrunner is exceptionally good. Movement speed and fire rate, just really good stats. Really good skill. Really, really, really good. One of the best Spore Warden has to offer. Something I see overlooked a lot is it stacks twice, and people forget about that. So 12% fire rate and movement speed on a kill skill for 15 seconds is already really good. Really good. But it stacks twice. So you're on some Zane shit, and you're zooming when this is active, and it has a long duration. Love it. Great skill. In terms of Tier 4 Spore Warden, there's nothing that benefits this setup. We are not going to ADS for any amount of time, so Called Shot's worthless. And we don't really care about companion damage here, so Thrill of the Hunt is not for us. But Wrath of Nature, one of the best damage amplifying skills in the game. We're using Barrage, so we have very good access to it. Headhunter applies to anything that is capable of hitting a crit spot. It's not just gun damage. So this applies to, if you're using an Ice Spike spell, you hit a crit spot, it works. So lots of things benefit, including Barrage itself. So you take this. You take Headhunter, really good 1 point value. And then because we're down here, taking 3 points here and 1 point here puts us within 2 points of getting Play the Angles. So we just put an extra point in Bullseye, and then we put 1 in Play the Angles. The alternative for those 2 points is you could go max bullseye, you could go more companion health, could go more cooldown, could go more spell cooldown, more fire rate from just warming up, or more points in imbued weapon. I found that this is the most impactful because when I'm using my shotgun, it does allow me to kill enemies other than the one I'm shooting, which is more efficient on your ammo. So, hero points wise, max crit, and I currently have the rest in a split between spell cooldown and status damage, I believe. Status damage is nice here because magic bullets makes our dots super beefy. Cyclone action skill do melee damage. Dreadwind, yes it does. It deals melee damage and it also receives ability damage increases. It does not deal ability damage, but it scales up with ability damage. So if they fix the mushroom bug, me too, Ven. There's a lot of ideas with that multi-class combo. I just can't be bothered to touch because I don't want to deal with the bug. What ward am I using? I am using a body rune. Yeah, let's go over gear. Body rune, because it's the heal. Now, the fire damage from body rune does conflict with the soak mechanic, but it's still better than most other options here. I'm not running a permanently empty ward, nor am I at close range, so Cursed Wit is not valuable. I'm not running a permanently empty ward, so Last Gasp is not valuable, although that one would be good. Other wards. Counter Feint could be good as an emergency defensive option, but I'd rather just heal and get some amount of damage. Body Rune is just the best option here. I suppose if you were running a triple adrenaline purple ward, that could be really good here if you decide to keep it permanently broken. That's something to look out for. You can get 1 adrenaline part on a Cursed Wit. You can get 2 on... There's some legendary wards you can get 2 on, but generally you're looking for adrenaline wards or a body rune. I'm running a Harbinger, so every time I use my bow, I get a lot of ward back. It's a good tank, but for the most part, I like the passives here. Mag size allows my stickies to have a 3rd shot per mag when combined with my myth rank. And then spell shot power improves my spell weaving, which is more ability, melee, and bullet damage, thanks to Paradigm and Magic Bullets. Speaking of Paradigm, Wrath of Nature, this is a Spore Warden Berserker one because that's the combo that rolls Wrath of Nature. Spore Warden power does almost nothing for my spec here. It just improves my barrage damage, and that's it. It apparently doesn't actually work on Play the Angles, is what I've been told. So it is literally only for barrage power and that skill. Berserker power does nothing for me here, but I've got movement speed, spell damage, and area damage. Tidebreaker for applying Soaked for this Fear Not and this Fear Not, and also for my imbued weapon bonus element, which is Frost because the Tidebreaker is Frost. And then for rings, I've got a Promise Ring and a Shark's Bane. You just want good damage and reload stuff here. Nothing here is super specific. Like, these happen to have pistol reload speed. This happens to be a gun damage Shark's Bane. Probably, ideally, looking at 2 gun damage Shark's Banes. Primordial, as many pistol reload speed rolls as you can get. Likely. Yeah. The more reload speed you get on gear, it's worth noting, the less you need from Prestidigitation. So you could start taking points out of this skill, and then putting them in Font of Mana and just warming up. If you're happen to use a damage dealing spell, you could go Spell Sniper. But better gear means you need fewer points here. Can Body Rune affect stack in multiplayer if other people are also using it? I don't believe so, but I've not tested, so don't know. Which character has the best splash damage in the games of non-existent Wonderlands? It's not a character thing, Cracked Sash. Like, Berserker is the only one with area damage in tree, but lots of characters have things in their tree that do area damage. Example, again, Berserker's Blast Chill deals area damage. Graveborn's Blast Gasp deals area damage. It's not that simple. You're looking at things through the lens of best. That is not how these games work. Simple as that. Is Paradigm essential to make this build work? No. No, Paradigm is just, it's a bit of a crutch. Like, there's a lot of builds that use spell conversion Paradigm with Spell Shot just because Spell Shot's spell weaving feat is monstrously overpowered. You don't need a Paradigm. You could run a Cape of Tides. This is not a well-rolled one. This is just the one I have. You could run a Cape of Tides, which frees up your spell slot and allows you to use something other than Tidebreaker. So that's a shout. You could run Diamond Gauntlets and just stand still when you're chucking, or stand still when it's about to impact, and get that benefit. You could run a Calamity, especially if you're running Body Rune. That would scale up pretty well. A well-rolled Amalgam. You got lots of options in the armor slot. The most important thing, I would say, for the armor is you want beneficial passives, is the biggest thing. So I've got move speed, spell damage, area damage. Remember, I'm not a berserker, so I don't get area damage in tree. This is my only source of area damage. I'd say that's the most important thing for this build, because you can get all of the other multipliers elsewhere. Like, even the points in Wrath of Nature here on the armor, I already have 3 points in my tree, so it's not fully unique. Whereas this area damage, I don't get it from Myth Rank, I don't get it from any other gear slot, except this enchant, which is why that's nice. Area damage is king there. So, in any build, unless it's dependent on a Paradigm to work, which this one isn't, passives over all else. Yeah, melee weapon running a peg leg. I talked about this a bit as we were playing, but I like the peg leg because you bonk an enemy, and then for 10 seconds you get huge bonuses. An Echo Hilt lines up nicely with this because, you know, it also stacks up over 10 seconds. So I can route in Echo delivery in my damage rotation. It works very well. Morning, Black Joe. How you doing? I know I start the DLC. You go to the overworld, and there's a new location right next to the Green Shrine. Oh, and for weapons, I'm running 3 different Fear Knots. My fire one happens to be Primordial, and my others are Volatile. I didn't get the enchant I wanted on this, but honestly, I'm warming up to this enchant here. Avoid shock element for the lightning bolts, because non-elemental also deals shock damage, but has a higher base damage value. So, non-elemental, better. Honestly, not interested in the DLC. I feel like a lot of people are looking at it from an angle that makes it look even more unfavorable. Sure, it's very short, but the way I view the DLC is it's a Chaos Chamber expansion that happens to have a tutorial area. As someone who spends all of his playtime in the Chaos Chamber, it still gave me more content. Occasionally I'll see new rooms. There's new gear, of course, that's always welcome. And if the future forms of chums are less of a meme, then it's a new boss that's also fun to encounter. So, you know, if you go into it expecting a story DLC or a new activity, like, no. No. But if you're a Chaos Chamber player, then it's like, whatever.
You won't be needing that. Fought like rubbish. Died nicely though.
Oh, they add more legendaries in DLC? They always do. Always have. Always will. I feel like maybe if it was a couple more bosses, it'd be a bit more appealing. That's just not how it's designed.
Ha! You fell for it. Classic
Better or worse.
hero thing.
I like the idea. I remember wanting to make a DLC for 3, it was just a bunch of takedowns. Yeah, they definitely weren't trying to be a takedown, because they've done a lot better with takedowns before. I really do think this was just a Chaos Chamber expansion that they wanted to have some playable content for as well, so they kind of just were like, okay, we want this in the chamber, now how do we justify it being in the game? That's how I'm looking at it. It makes more sense from that angle. Which does present an interesting thought. Do you guys think if they marketed it as just a Chaos Chamber expansion rather than its own entity, do you think it would have been received better? Because I'm back and forth on that. Pseudo and Spore Fuse. 2 of my Fear Nots have it, 1 doesn't. Think the future DLC will have a bit more to them than this one? I did not say that. I'm not expecting it to be any different than just the model of Chaos Chamber expansions, at least for the currently announced Season Pass DLCs. Because they announced all of them, like, together. Like, we know their names, and they have all been stated to be Mirrors of Mystery type stuff. We know at some point we're also getting a DLC character, so that's something different. My expectations are maybe a bit higher there. But I would not, at least with currently available information, I'd not really expect anything different out of other DLC stuff. I'd temper expectations. But that said, remember, during Borderlands 3's life cycle, they kind of changed their model of post-launch support. They set up an entire, like, team for post-launch stuff, and Mario's heading that team, and Mario definitely keeps an ear to the ground on what people are thinking about things. So there's hope there, and remember, the majority of Borderlands 3's post-launch content was not its DLC. We got 2 seasons of DLC for that game, however, most of the content was still free. The seasonal events were free. The takedowns were free. Vault cards were part of the DLC, but Diamond Armory, which was connected to those, technically free. So, these things are going to intertwine in certain ways. I'd keep an eye on that. I think communication would have helped, but it's Headhunter level of content. Yeah, Mahones. Yeah. I think the way they labeled it definitely hurt perception of it. Because people loved Headhunters. And the price is not too far from what Headhunters were. It's just, it wasn't pitched as that. That would have done a lot of damage control. Hey Chimpy, how you doing? Please help me think I went even more insane and figured out how to make a Wonderland-style multi-class system in BL2 through modding. You're suddenly making me interested in BL2, Asa. Don't do that.
How's that for an active reload? Never a moment's peace.
It's a Headhunter with objectives? Yeah. It's a Headhunter with objectives that once you complete, it puts stuff in the Chaos Chamber. I think the real big intended selling point is, hey, this is more Chaos Chamber stuff that you can opt into. Like, you have to do the content to put it in the chamber. I see a lot of people saying, but I have no reason to do the DLC. Like, yeah, you do. You do it to put it in the chamber. I like how people pretend as if they went back to DLC areas in Borderlands 3 for anything other than gear farming. Like, you had no reason to go back. So them putting that in the chamber means there's another outlet for gear farming. It doesn't make sense. that point of criticism. Like, I have no reason to do the DLC. Yeah, you do. It puts it in the chamber, and it is also the dedicated source. I make a good poison build. You look for good avenues of dealing damage that happen to be poison. So, for example, this shotgun I'm using here, this is a good gun that happens to be able to roll in poison. So there you go, you can go that route. This enchantment, the Spore Warden enchantment, is one of the stronger ones in the game. Happens to be poison, so you could go that angle. Was the amount of gear a bit lackluster? Compared to what? Compared to what, Joey? Compared to a cost? No. Once again, looked at Headhunters in Borderlands 2, which is the content length that we're comparing this to, and price-wise, they're fairly comparable. Assuming you got it through Season Pass. Those didn't add gear at all. They did not add gear. This added gear. So, technically more. It's all about what you compare it to.
Follow the way. It begins.
How many times can a lightning chain? I think 3, Cub? I want to say 3. It's either 2 or 3. We'll take Critical Connoisseur, even though I really don't want to. It's not making so much sense. I try to look at these things as objectively as I can, Bods. There's a lot of people who were very disappointed by the DLC because A, expectations, B, marketing, C, length. And I'm not saying that their perspectives are completely invalid, but it is very emotionally motivated right now. You'll see a lot of people who are not happy with the game, who are more unhappy about the DLC structure. And you'll see people who are just kind of enjoying the game who are like, well, this bit kind of sucks, but I'm still having a good time. It's all about perspective and emotional response. And I try to limit the latter where I can.
Get some.
$10 for 5 levels for new boss, new gear. Like, when you put it in that perspective, it sounds a lot better, doesn't it, Ways of the Silence? Because think about how much $10 is in terms of, like, what can you really do with $10? Like, $10 is not even a meal nowadays. But with the way I play the game personally, I play a lot of Chaos Chamber. So it's just a longevity extension. Would I preferred a different method of, you know, extending the game's life? Yeah, absolutely. This wouldn't have been my go-to. But it still does something for me, so I'm like, whatever. That's how I feel about it. $10-minute DLC looks like I spent $1 per minute. Some people are actually looking at it that way, but that's not how it works, because, sure, it's 10 minutes per character you go through it on. You need to do it on a character to unlock it in the Chaos Chamber. So 10 minutes per character. If you only ever play it once, sure, you got 10 minutes of playtime. If you play it more than once, guess what? Stacks up every time. Additionally, you know, that's not including the gear it introduces. That's not including the fact that it goes in the chamber. It's less straightforward than people want it to be. And once again, I'm not saying that I love the design decisions made with the DLC. I'm just saying that I'm not on the hate train. I do not believe in mindlessly hating things without assessing them accurately. Nor do I believe in defending stuff that isn't very good. So I try to be objective and straightforward in my feedback. Yo, Lil Rob, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate it. Honestly, love the game. The DLC is fine. Just hope for a bit more gear. More is always better, Joey. I agree. Like, more options, it's always going to be nice. But let's be realistic. There's never an amount that we'll be okay with. Something that comes to mind that's very connected here is, so, the director of this game is the guy who directed DLC 3, for Borderlands 3. Matt Cox directed the Bounty of Blood DLC. Bounty of Blood added a very large number of guns,
Thought you had me, did ya?
but nothing else. Like, it didn't add class mods, it didn't add legendary artifacts, it didn't add shields. There's a couple of unique grenades. One unique artifact that was completely useless. But it was just like guns. It added a large number of guns, but people were still like, hey, it didn't add this other thing. There's never going to be a point where people are like, oh, hey, you added exactly enough. People always want more. And in some cases, it's people just want more of a good thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. But considering how close this is to launch and we're still discovering the value of launch items, a process that took up to 2 years in Borderlands 3, I'm not too worried about quantity. Especially because we don't know what they're adding with non-DLC content updates. Our Cartel-style event would be good in Wonderlands. That it would, Cracksash. That'd be amazing. I would love that. Cartel and Bloody Harvest were extremely well received, and they were just great content design. that added a bunch of gear as well. So I'd love to see that kind of thing going forward. Shark Tells? Do it. Fucking love it, Brucey. Do it. I have a rule. Spend $10, spend 1 hour per dollar. Yeah, that's a good benchmark to use. That's effective. I don't feel like equipping my other guns, so we'll just stick.
One of these lands in an idiot. Piss off of the hero.
Okay. What else do you want for the endgame besides Chaos Chambers? Yes. So Chaos Chambers are just great and unique and new and infinitely expandable. So the Chaos Chamber format can do a lot, Chimpy. Like, they could do a boss rush Chaos Chamber format. Like, this extended featured run I'm doing right now, this is already a twist on the format. Because normally Chaos Chambers are 3 rooms obelisk, 3 rooms boss. And then extended is an extra 3. This one is a bunch of rooms obelisk, bunch of rooms boss. Like, there's 2 obelisks, 2 bosses. So that's already different. They could do one that's a bunch of obelisks. They could do one that's a bunch of bosses. Do one that's just mobbing. They've got lots of flexibility within the Chaos Chamber. So I'm not necessarily feeling like I'm missing out by them just doing Chaos Chamber stuff. Now, you guys know my love for the takedown format from BL3. I also love Digipeak and BL2. Those are things that, in some capacity, seeing those come in would be really cool. But honestly, I'm genuinely happy for them to just keep innovating and expanding on Chaos Chamber. Like, I like Chaos Chamber that much. And that is with, how much playtime do I have in the game? I currently have 18 days played. 18 days of playtime, and I'm still like, yeah, give me more chamber. Days. The game is officially a month old today, chat. It's a month old.
Go out of that by the skin of me, rum.
Okay, give me 1 second, chat. Food delivery just got here. I ordered groceries, some all adulty and shit. So I'll be right back, like 1 minute. I gotta put that stuff away. Okay, I'm back. My migraine came back at some point, so that sucks, but like, got a bunch of food to deliver. I'm gonna grill a bunch of stuff today, chat. It's gonna be great. Beautiful day, lots of food. They're mostly using poison bolts for chucking. Any particular reason for the change in element? Because matching elements is more damage. Also, the soak debuff means lightning and frost are just better. That was a 1 mil chuck because soaked, lol. Like, I don't even have Butt Stallion increasing my damage in any way. That was just a 1 mil hit. Because, good. So, I still have my poison one for armor bars. But for the most part, I will use this this non-Ellie one, which does lightning damage. Or a fire one on, say, drill. Or a frost one. Thoughts about Reaper Bones? I really like it. I've been playing with Grave Stabbo, but in KS 35 centimeters so tanky, the extra dark magic doesn't help too much. So Reaper Bones is the kind of thing that supplements a gun build. It gives you extreme survivability and some pretty good extra damage. It's very specific to build around, though. You need a lot of healing to upkeep it, and you need specific enchantments. It doesn't play nice with most enchantments. So it's very gear intensive, but Reaper Bones is very good. It's just the kind of thing you throw on a gun build. Like a gun build that's already good, I should say. I'm using a body rune. I didn't buy Elden Ring because Wonderlands. yeah. What kind of armor should I be looking for a Hammer Zerker? The easy answer for like any build right now, Fusion Rogue, is Warp Paradigm. It's just kind of that good. For a Hammer Zerker, I suppose you'd be looking at Warp Paradigm converting melee into spell and ability. But there's also Cape of Tides, depending on what your chosen methods of damage are. Amalgam's always good. Hey Press, how you doing? Rude.
You tell them I'm coming. I'm getting the hang of this killing business.
Then going for Paradigm, you can get one with a Warrior Prefix, Blast Shield to drop. Yeah, I'd say the most important thing on your armor, worry about the passives first, and then skills, and then legendary effect. So, if you get, like, a really god-rolled passives armor, and it happens to be, like, a Diamond Gauntlets, and you still never stand still, it's still better than, like, a Paradigm with terrible passives and terrible skills. So, in order, in order, passives, skills, armor effects. That is your priority. Really enjoy Chaos Chamber. I don't want there to be one endgame activity like Outriders. I look at it differently, Mr. Adblock, because the Chaos Chamber is multiple things inside. Like, the aspect raid bosses. It's not part of the normal Chaos Chamber gameplay loop. And they can customize a lot, as we've seen with featured runs, and this week's experimental featured run of it being extended and changing the core format of which rooms you get in which orders. They've got a lot of options. They could make Chaos Chamber into a boss rush activity. They could make it into a mobbing only thing. They could have different playlists at once. I don't view Chaos Chamber as just one activity because it is a bunch of other activities in a clown car. And I say that in the most positive way. Yep. Do loot games normally have more than one end game activity? Yeah, generally they do. Destiny has, raids and nightfalls and another thing. Remnant has survival mode and story mode and adventure mode. Godfall has the new one, Spirit Realm, which kind of sucks, but it's got 2 versions of the Tower of Trials, and then it's got, I suppose 3 versions of the Tower of Trials. Then it's got Lightbringer and Dreamstones, and, yeah, these games do tend to have multiple modes. Hesitant on Stabo due to lackluster damage formula. So Stabo's one of those things that if you're playing to the Stabo-specific niches, it's great. So, if you're doing specifically from the Shadow stuff, it's fantastic. If you're doing alchemical agent stuff, it's fantastic. As long as you play to those specific things, one or both, it's really good. You can even get some cool use out of the capstone as long as you get super specific build-wise. Stabo is just... People tend to misinterpret the context of Stabo criticism, and it's, if you put Stabo up against any other skill tree in terms of making general build concepts that anyone can attempt work, it does not hold up well, because Stabo's formula is actual dog shit. Stabomancer's formula from skill tree is really, really bad. But it's got good mechanics in there. So you can get around that issue. It's like how Amara's formula in Borderlands 3 was trash, but she could still do cool things. And some of those cool things could still be done to a higher peak than other characters doing those specific things. Best character in Borderlands 2, there's no such thing as best in these games. Best is situational and subjective. Twitch crashed a player, didn't hear the first half of your talk. You heard enough. You can go back in the VOD if you want to rehear it. I think changing around 1,000 cuts to conditional damage fixes Stabo. There's a couple things. Stabo's class feat, pretty low value, honestly, unless you have insane investment in Stabo class power. And then 1,000 cuts and swift death being in the conditional damage category, which is the same as this enchant. The same as all damage here. Do I have? Yeah, this all damage roll. Same as this all damage roll. Any enchant that says all damage or damage dealt, it's additive with those. So it's like stacking gun damage on Zane. Like at a certain point, you're getting no value because it's a drop in the bucket. The class feat being weak. Remember, that crit chance is not, hey, you have 30% more crit chance. It's, hey, this is 30% mult in the formula over here. And then class power increases the value of that 30%. It does not add to that 30%. So if you have 50% class power, you're not getting 80% crit from the class feat, you're getting 45% crit from the class feat. And that 45% is not plus 45% like how Awe on Clawbringer used to work. It's 45% more of what you have. So Stabo's the tree that the more you look at it, the more you're like, oh, meh. Build around the mechanics, not the math. Morning, Quandle Dingle. I've been avoiding our streams the past few days before I got a chance to get through the DLC. Let's just say I regret my decision. It's one of those things. We talked about it a bit today. The DLC, from a perspective of, hey, play this to play this, doesn't stand up great. If you look at it through the lens of, hey, this is new gear, and it's an expansion of the Chaos Chamber, it looks a bit better. So it's all perspective based. Do I find it, you know, one of their better DLCs they put out? No, absolutely not. But I don't think it's this franchise-ending thing that it's being painted as. There's just a bump in the road. Are Stab and Claw weaker or harder to make skills to other classes? I'd say it's closer to the latter, Irish Wiz, because we've all seen some of the crazy boss melts Stabo can do. Like, you can't call that weak. And Clawbringer, in terms of some of the damage output Clawbringer is capable of, on a couple of the skills, extremely good. Clawbringer's Wyvern is also the strongest of the class feat pets. So there's things that those classes excel at. It's just they're less straightforward than, hey, I'm a spell shot, I make everything better. Hey, I'm a berserker, I make everything better. Hey, I'm a Graveborn, I make everything better. Hey, I'm a Spore Warden, I make everything better. You see the trend? They're less of that variety and more of like, okay, how do I do your thing better? Relatively new to the franchise, is this the normal amount of gear for a DLC to add? For one of this size, it's actually higher than average. But depending on the DLC, they'll add a different amount of things. So, for example, we talked about earlier, the DLC most comparable to this game would be Bounty of Blood DLC from Borderlands 3. That had the same director as this game. That one added like 20-ish guns, but no other kind of gear, in terms of like legendaries or uniques people cared about. There's like 20-ish guns, like 2 purple grenades, 1 purple artifact that was terrible. And then, yeah, that's what it did. But that was a full-length story DLC, with no interaction with any endgame content, and it was a different design philosophy. So the thing this DLC is most comparable to would probably be the Headhunter packs from Borderlands 2. And those did not give any new gear. So do with that information what you will. But back to the class conversation. I was doing some math, and remember, the stuff I've said about Stabo is from a, you know, if you're building around general formula stuff, it's not great. But mechanically, if you build around mechanics that the class lends itself to, it's fantastic. If you combine Stabo and Claw, if you get maximum possible Stabo power, like primordial rolls on your armor and your amulet. If you go with a Claw primary, Stabo secondary, I believe that's a combination that rolls Awe, you can end up with getting, from your class feat, you'll end up with Um, something like... Something like 45% more crit from your class feat, which goes into the formula in the normal place, but that's still impactful. And then you've got 6 out of 3 points in Clawbringer's Awe skill, which does the same thing. That's a lot of additional crit, and that can apply to status effects, which do not have their own crit stat. So, if you're doing a dot build, Claw Stabbo, probably really strong, because you can make things crit a lot without having to use From the Shadows. So you could, for example, do a hammer throw dot build where you have alchemical agent, you stack a ton of crit chance, you throw the hammer, it crits, it applies that dot from alchemical, and that dot then crits a whole lot because you have so much crit chance. That's a build archetype that you can only achieve with that class combination. Otherwise, you'd have to include some variety of spell shot because it's overpowered and makes everything better, or you'd have to use From the Shadows and then forego your action skill slot to get consistency and crit otherwise. And remember, From the Shadows lowers your crit damage. So that's just a concept that you can do with those. So I wouldn't label Clawbringer or Stabomancer as, like, too weak. I'd just say they aren't straightforward. Whereas Stabomancer is mathematically poor. Clawbringer is mechanically confused. Spellshot does too much. And Graveborn is super buggy. Nuanced, yeah, that's a good word for it. Hey, Seabiscuit. Just saw you're on. Don't want any spoilers, still I play, so enjoy. Yeah, you take it easy, Seabiscuit. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you. How many bugs does Grave have? Harvest? Harvest is very, very buggy. It's not a directly Grave thing, it's more a Spore thing that Grave takes advantage of, but jointly a Spore Grave thing is the Mushroom Companion Heaven thing. Unlock one of the Spiky Shield cosmetics in Godfall. Looks wild. Let's go. Hope to hear next 3 DLC have gimmicks as well. I like the soak mechanic. Yeah, if they make it themed around a specific mechanic like that, Razorus, I think that could be really cool. Like a different themed mechanic tying all the gear together, or most of the gear together, for the next DLC would be quite interesting.
Think you can make it?
Hey, Kevin's website. How you doing? Spore's the Rick Shake Lads. Very fun. Yeah, I like Spore. Is there an issue with Stain? No, not to my knowledge. There was a bad early test, which happens. But to my knowledge, Stain of the Soul is working fine.
Still time to run the other way. Helpful. Let's fly. C forever. C minus.
You're alive? Rude. Did I hit both of those? No, I didn't hit this one. Gotta min-max those crystals, chat.
Ha! You fell for it! Classic hero bait.
Tried doing your Stab Berserker build with the Livewire post-patch. Feel like I might have done something wrong. It seemed to melt a lot faster with it. That's one of those things where there's some very specific pieces of gear at work.
Oi! Thanks for that!
So it could have been that. Nothing about that setup was changed. None of the gear I was using was addressed. None of the class things should work exactly the same, with better tools available, because that was before Soaked was a thing, and Soaked with that setup is crazy. Because a lot of the melee stuff people do involves Berserker in some capacity, which involves Cryo at some point, and a lot of it involves Livewire, which is lightning damage. Both of those are the elements increased by Soak. So any sort of melee or melee stuff you're doing definitely got better with available options. Arrow Halifax, thank you so much for the 15 months. I appreciate it. I'll make Claw fast tank, does a ton of elemental damage. You don't really make Claw tank, Irish. Because Clawbringer's tank it's got a shield capacity skill, sorry, a ward capacity skill, and a damage reduction skill. That's it. Neither of those are going to provide any meaningful tank on their own. Now, the way you can get more value out of those is you could combine with, say, Spell Shot, and then that's where the real mechanics needed to do ward tanking come in. Spell Shot and the Deathless would be a tankiness option. Spell Shot, Deathless, Harbinger. You could throw your hammer for extremely fast Harbinger triggers. But in terms of direct tanking, Claw doesn't have the kit to do so on its own. It does not have healing, which is something you need to get value out of damage reduction. Does not have ward restoration, which is something you need to get value out of ward tanking. Just kind of... like the idea of making enemies wet with your spell. Trying against Vesper? Stop it. Bonk. Omega bonk. Ultimate over bonk. Hey, 1-0. Always like seeing those. Worried Spell Shot might be getting OP. Also, Morning Cloud OP a nice weekend. I did, Foster. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Spell Shot's definitely overpowered. You of course see the Copium, where occasionally someone will say, but it's just the Buffmeister bug. Then that got fixed, nothing changed. Be like, it's just the Buffmeister. I'm not using a Buffmeister. It's just the Paradigm. Alright, Paradigm on its own is overpowered, but let's see. What does Paradigm require to function? Large percentage bonuses to a single stat. Spore Warden gets a grand total of 35% ability damage. Anyone know the total for melee damage that Stabbo or Berserker get? Because they're the only ones that get melee damage. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that's less than spell damage from Spell Shot. Because Spell Shot gets 10% per spell weaving stack. At base, that is 50%. That is already winning. Then you get high thread count for potential 80%. You can get 2 out of 1 high thread count for 110%. And that's before class power. Class power increases that 10% base per stack. So with, say, 50% spell shot power, which you can get very easily. Primordial armor is, I want to say, 46% or something for primary. So yeah, you can get a lot of spell damage. Then you just convert it to anything with Paradigm. Spell Shot and Paradigm are both overpowered, and you put them together, and they happen to pair the best together. If you were to tone down Spell Shot, other than, you know, the many individual things it does better.
I believe there's a Kevin.
Like, it's the only class that gets bullet damage after the change they made week 2 of the game. So Magic Bullets is overpowered. Double Knot is the first double-dipping, self-governed bonus element that they've done, which is a bunch of scary-sounding words, and it is scary. Double Knot has a ridiculous formula, post-bug fix. So Double Knot and Magic Bullets are both overpowered, and then you have the fact that Spell Weaving itself is overpowered. Everything else about Spell Shot is just kind of good. Like, Sever the Thread is just kind of good. But, this and that are nuts. Not that other classes don't have overpowered things. I'd argue Wrath of Nature is way too good as well. Compared to other Tier 5 stuff, it's like, But Spell Shot's just got the most in one place. What do class power boosts do? Depends on the class, Razor's Rex. So you can go to your skills screen, click Hero Stats, and hover over class power. It'll tell you what each kind does. Spore Warden power is your pet, your action skills, and your capstone. Spell Shot power is your polymorph and your spell weaving. So different class power has different bonuses. Stabomancer power, for example, is Ghostblade damage from the Shadow's duration and the magnitude of your class feat. Clawbringer power is your action skills, your rebuke damage, your Blasphemous Favor damage, your capstone damage, your Wyvern health and damage. Graveborn power is your Blast Gasp, your pet health and damage, and your action skills. Each one's different. So depending on the build, your class power will be valuable for different things.
This world's no place for the weak.
Like, if you're a Spore Warden build that doesn't use the action skills, your class power does nothing. So it's kind of like, oh, you exist. But for a Spell Shot, your class power is always doing something for you. As long as you've reloaded or cast a spell at some point in the last... What's the duration on spell weaving? 10 seconds? Your class power is doing something. You can tell Gearbox love the grenade spell change to the spell shot stats. There's a lot of things in this game that aren't spells that get spell scaling. I mean, Paradigm is something we mentioned. You can convert that spell damage, half of it, to melee or ability. Or, you know, both. Spellblade applies your spell damage scaling to your melee as another separate multiplier. You've got guns like the Queen's Cry and the Thunder Anthem that get spell damage scaling, despite being guns.
It begins. No one gets rid of me that easy.
Pixies, yeah.
That's the way, you little rock blossom.
Whatever the case may be, nerf Clawbringer. It's funny, Spell Shot has gotten buffed 3 times. Or is it 2? It's either 2 or 3 times. Because Spell Shot was left the only one with bullet damage. When they consolidated gun damage and bullet damage into gun damage. The only source they left unchanged was magic bullets. They bug fixed Double Knot, which was not getting the formula they wanted it to, apparently, and now it gets more formula than any other bonus element in history. Including Buffmeister, which should sound like a red flag. They might have just done 2 buffs to Spell Shot, huh? Yeah. If they nerf spell, people complain a lot. People will complain no matter what, Irish Wiz. That's the thing. Even in an update where they literally only buff or bug fix things, people complain about nerfs. It is not a winnable battle. So I don't think they should care about toning down overpowered things, the negative feedback that causes. Now that specifically applies to overpowered things. There's feedback on other things. It's like, okay, well, why'd you tone down Clawbringer? That is different. But things that are objectively fucking problematic, like, I don't know, Spell Shot, that's a bit different. Is it worth using Cape of Tides with the Tiebreaker to get an extended Stoke status? You don't need more than one source of Soak, Razor. The duration is already 10 seconds. So, like, that's really long. If you're using a Cape, it'll self-trigger. So, it's pretty hands-off. If you're using Tiebreaker, then... with a cooldown part and a spell charge, giving me a net cooldown penalty, that's still a base of under 14 seconds. And if you have any spell cooldown, which I have 16% here, and I have 15% here, so I already have full uptime on Soak if I hit the target with just that. So I feel like the Cape and the spell are an either-or thing. It allows you to customize which slot you want to use for something else. And then if you want to use neither of those, you could always just use the launcher. Switch to the launcher, switch back. I would not advise using both. Like that Soaked isn't only a buff. Right, it giving that penalty to fire gives a little bit of personality, a little bit of a downside, makes it more thoughtful. I think Claw should get health regen or ward regen. It's weird that Spell Shot got ward regen and ward mechanics just as a whole when the first two tiers of Clawbringer are also that, but worse. Like, something that we're talking about in the Discord this morning is, so the problem of Flak Purple Tree happened again in this game. Where, I'm not a Claw right now, I can't show you, but I can show you this. So Constitution increases your ward, right? You know what Constitution doesn't give you? Ward regen rate. Boosts to your ward capacity that don't come with recharge rate attached are nerfs to your amp and to your shield full, your ward full uptime. The same thing happened in Borderlands 3 with the Capstone of Flak's Purple Tree. It gave you 100% more ward, did not give you more recharge rate. So, if you were building around amp, which is one of the few things that skill tree did well, you were nerfing yourself because you got fewer amp shots. The same thing happens with Clawbringer. You have a tier 1 skill that gives you ward capacity in a very small amount, next to two skills that are just better, but it still gives you ward capacity. And then there's nothing else you do with it. In fact, taking that skill nerfs the skill underneath that gives you better cooldown based on your percentage of your ward. If you're at 100%, 100% is 100%, so it's not changed. But if you have, let's say you have 10,000 ward capacity without the ward increase. You take 1 damage, okay, you've lost some cooldown from the other skill. But if you increase that ward capacity, you taking that damage puts you at a different percentage, so it's a nerf. So I don't know why they avoided that for Spell Shot, but not for Clawbringer, which is it's confusing. Spell Shot doesn't have any direct increases, instead it makes you better at sustaining ward with flat things. Like Mage Armor gives you back a flat 10% on getting a Spell Weaving stat. That's a flat amount. That does not care how many ward capacity boosts you have, it'll just do an appropriate percentage. I feel like mage armor should have been a clawbringer thing. Honestly. Gas 12 now. Nice, Deep Zombie. Congrats.
Not dead! Just a whole lot angrier. Can't wait to throw some spells.
If Capacitance insta-refilled your shield, would have been at least a niche option. Right. Instead, all it did was make your amp setups worse. Like, even in setups where you're maximizing the stuff in Flag Purple Tree that it tried to do for amp, you still don't take Capacitance. Like, even if you overspec the tree, you still don't want Capacitance. Because it did not make a meaningful impact on your survivability, but instead directly halved the efficiency of your shield recharge rate stat. Halved it. Very efficient for one skill point to nerf your build. Didn't help you do anything.
You won't be needing that.
So unless I have ward and health regen, putting points to Constitution isn't worth it. So it can be. If your primary method of survivability is dictated by how much ward you have. So for example, if you are running a Deathless armor, where all of your tank is your ward bar, but also your ward bar is partially determined by your health bar. So you get double value out of Constitution with a Deathless setup. It's really good. It's good for that. If you're a Berserker running the Unarmored Defense skill, that converts part of your ward into a large amount of health, then Constitution helps that too, because it boosts both of those things. So those are good cases for Constitution. But if you are not doing either of those things, Constitution can make getting uptime of certain things worse. Another instance you want Constitution, I forgot this one, is if you're doing Dire Sacrifice on Graveborn, because that's determined by how much HP it sacrifices that'll affect the damage. Those are instances where you do want Constitution, but you don't want it, for example, if you're running an Amp Ward, because that will just make it take longer for your recharge rate to fill it up. Now, if you're using, say, Spell Shots Mage Armor, that bypasses that downside. But if you're not... Storm Smite instance-based? You get 4 bolts of Storm Smite for each time you activate your action skill, Rohit, yes. I'll meet you for some meetings I have today. Wish you and Chad a happy week. Take it easy, Foster. Good luck with the meetings. Hope they had guns for the other Deadly Sins. Oh, you mean... The fear ones? They have fear knots, want knots, whatnots. Yeah. If I'm Claw without any regen, it's not doing much for me. Constitution's not doing as much for you as other stats would be. Because ultimately in these games, the best method of survivability, in most instances, is still killing things. So if you were putting points here, instead of putting points like here or here, you're missing out. Oh man, Gluttony, Envy. Ah, right. She beat the story, and Butt Stallion dropped me a tiebreaker, so apparently she can drop DLC stuff. Yes, if you have done the DLC, it is in the world drop pool. It's not that Butt Stallion can, it's that you got a world drop. Curious, can any enchant drop on any items? So say a Graveborn enchant on a spell. Some enchants are locked to certain slots, Scotty. So for example, this Spore Warden enchant, this is a gun enchant, but this can appear on any gun. This other Spore Warden enchant is a shield enchant, a ward enchant, excuse me. So this can be on any ward. So there don't seem to be any lockouts on, you know, items within a category, but it has to be the appropriate category. I want to see if I can tank that. I cannot tank that.
Who wants to make that mistake again? You didn't beg. Got that going for you. My brain! Only sharper!
Interesting, thank you. You're very welcome. What is Double Knot in Paradigm? Double Knot is Spell Shot's skill in Tier 6? Tier 5? Tier 5 if it's a tree. Where you get a bonus element whenever you crit with a spell. And that bonus element gets a really fucking weird damage formula. So it's extremely strong. Double Knot is very powerful. Warp Paradigm is a legendary armor. It can roll in any combination of this one skill, or this one stat increases these other two stats. And the three possibles it can have are melee damage, ability damage, and spell damage. So you can get one that your melee and ability are increased by 50% of your spell damage, which is the most popular variant. You get one that's your spell and your melee increased by 50% of your ability, and so on and so forth. It'll be 2 increased by the other one each time. Fire damage in this game compared to BL3 or something, they're not really... How are they different? Like, fire versus flesh is still the move in both games? Like, what do you mean? Hey, House by Cemetery, how you doing? You happen to know if Stabo's movement speed skill to increase damage works on pixies? Yes. It works on everything. It's a global buff. Now, it's not very big in terms of buff, It's a rather weak damage skill, if we're being honest. But yeah, it works on everything. Hey, African Cat, how you doing? Gotta head out, just had a rather exciting phone call. Ooh, hey, go ahead, Viper. You do you. Have a good time. I appreciate you.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Is there a Kevin near me? There is a Kevin near me. I can pet the Kevin. His throw build's a little strong. A little bit, Dynaxis. A little bit. Hey, Piker. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. 10 months with the streak. Thank you so much. Always appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. The thing about Calamity on a Hammerzerker could be really good. The thing about Calamity is it just gives you fire damage of the regular variety, so that is additive with any fire bonuses you have on gear. It's additive with the Clawbringer's Dragon Aura. So it's one of those things where it's good. It is also really a mobbing only thing, whereas mobbing in this game is a lot less difficult to become powerful in than bossing. So I'd say it's very situational. However, it's one of the better armors to get if you happen to get good passes on it. So like I mentioned earlier, passives over skills over armor effect. Kevin's very mellow today. I don't play the DLC, here I am doing exams. Hey, once the exams are done, you won't have to worry about them anymore, Rob. You'll be free and clear. It'll be worth it. It'll all be worth it. Yeah, look at SMG mag size being 8%. These passes are pretty different per, like, weapon category. 8% SMG mag size. They really didn't want SMGs to go big ammo. Hey Rorix, how you doing? Oh, she tests 50% spell radius. Spent a lot of time with that yesterday. Looking for Fear Knots? Yeah. Fear Knot hunting is definitely a difficult thing. I still don't have, like, ideal ones. Lots of new rings, haven't found them yet that seem decent in their boosts. Shark's Bane is terrifying. If you get a gun damage Shark's Bane, it's just better than any other gun damage ring. Now, getting specific passives on that gun damage Shark's Bane is still difficult, but gun damage Shark's Bane is truly built different. I think it should be a thing to keep feeding the money more crystals. Spending 500 time can take quite a while. I would like to just have an option to feed it more. Like some sort of toggle where it just takes bigger chunks. I don't know. It's very annoying at times, especially when it just makes a pile like this. Like, this is fine if you're hunting for purples and blues, because you can still get a good quantity. But, like, let's say you're absolutely done with that. You're just chasing, say, primordials. Maybe it should let you put in, like, 5,000, and then guarantees that all the items are legendaries of a chaotic tier or higher. Like, I don't know. It's like this game can't get a build working. It takes some time, and remember, the game's only been out a month. It's a more difficult game to get builds, creative builds that work in bossing going. That specific area of building is more difficult than it has been in the past. So there are absolutely easy avenues to do it, but in terms of being creative and original with that, it is a little more difficult, so don't get discouraged. Sharksbane's stuck at 30, or does it go up? It goes up. It goes up. And it's only the gun damage that gets that double roll. Yeah, a primordial Sharksbane is like fucking 47% or something. This is a volatile 39.4. It can roll melee, companion, or ability, Drafkin Cap, but it is normal values there. So it would be this 19.7 on the other ones. But on gun damage, for whatever reason, it's more. Another one.
Enter if you dare.
It used to be L3 boss melts. Right, where the bosses barely fought back and you needed little to no investment to kill them. Tried some YouTube melt builds and my experience have been lackluster. A lot of those setups, Dyson, are contingent on some of them use exploits, some of them use save edited gear with very specific roles. Some of them have extremely high myth rank, which is something that really needs to be talked about. Let's go into that a bit right now, actually. Myth rank. So, I have 420 myth rank, blaze it. But, if you, where's the button for myth rank breakdown? Is that gone? Okay, I guess they changed that. But I'll do some quick investment to maybe make that pop back up. Ah, here we go. So, I have 420 myth rank. But you can see where I've spent points. I've capped out the ones that can be capped, and then spell damage here, I have 5%. Melee damage, I have 5%. Gun damage, I have 5%. Ability damage, I have 5%. So I have 5% in each of those. But someone could have my exact myth rank, and they could have opted to put 1 point in each of the ones that can be capped, and then dump all of their points into these uncapped ones. So someone here could have, instead of what I have here, they could have, 30% spell damage, 30% melee damage, 30% gun damage, 30% ability damage, etc., etc. And this does not slow down, it does not stop. So you could have someone who has, say, 1,000 myth rank, and they're running around with, 100% in each of these. And we have things like Warped Paradigm, which you can take 50% of one and convert into the others. And that is a shortcut to success a lot of builds have used, along with known exploits like the infinite Faithful Thrall stacking on Grave Spore, along with the Buffmeister exploit, etc., etc. So, be very discerning when you look at those best damage, fastest clearing, boss melts type videos.
See what happens? Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya?
Or the ones that have a cap? All of them except for the end node ones. So each tree has one that does not have a cap. Ability damage, spell damage, gun damage, and melee damage. Those are the uncapped ones. All of the other ones have caps. Cap 30% depends on the skill. So like mag size is 15%, but move speed, is 25%, and reload speed is 20%. And then handling is 3% per point, so 30%. It depends.
This should be interesting.
Make the sweep bring back slag? No. Thanks, you're welcome. 420 myth ranks at a random number, just a coincidence. Pure coincidence. I don't pay much attention to my myth rank, but I do have 18 days of playtime, so it goes up fairly frequently. How many hours is 18 days, chat? I don't feel like mathing right now, my head hurts. You badmouth everything that's OP or just play what you feel like doing. Is that bait, Zion Paco? That sounds like bait.
One of these lands in an idiot.
432? Cool. Is it bait or is it chum? Nah, we love chumming everywhere, chat. Anybody else chumming? Do we have any loud chummers in chat?
At least you're some use.
That's a good enchant for a melee weapon. Unfortunately, it's a pincushion, so it's just terrible. Hope showing myth rank in videos becomes a community norm. Personally, won't be watching creators who don't. There's a lot of people, Owl, who do wild things like save edit their, profile edit their myth rank to maximize those uncapped stats, and then save edit themselves in, you know, ascended, perfect rolled warp paradigms, and then they'll record gameplay with it, and then show different gear. Yes, this is a very specific set of accusations I'm making that has happened. It's a thing. Always vet your sources. Who? I'm not in the business of dragging names, but it's people involved in certain controversies who you've probably seen their names come up in relation to things like item selling sites. Let's put it that way.
Let's make this interesting.
Nobody you'd consider core to the lands community. Sounds like something WAG would do. Yeah, fuck that WAG guy. Or I'm just saying, game gives us opportunity to try everything in BOP. And that is your opinion. If your opinion of what makes the game enjoyable to you is to throw balance out the window, then that is your opinion. However, my opinion is no less valid than yours, and my opinion is that poorly balanced games have shorter lifetimes, and less involved communities on the endgame side of things. And we can see that, because Borderlands 2's endgame balance was an absolute hellscape, and guess what? Not even people who like Borderlands 2 like Borderlands 2's endgame here in 2022. So, like, you can have your opinion. Doesn't make me wrong.
Who wants to make that mistake again?
Saw a video for a Clawbringer that had a Commander Prefix class on with Blast Fill. Yeah, there's already a lot of illegitimate gear floating around out there. It's very unfortunate. Kind of poisons the well for everyone else. a glitch item and sold it, they got mad at me. Had a PC guy join me the other day on console, and his spell was permanent once the entire map turned off. Anyone can join real quick. The unfortunate thing about that, Scotty, is it's not even just a PC thing, because that kind of behavior has been happening in these kinds of games all the way back in 2009, when people were playing the first Borderlands game on Xbox 360. No PC players were in the mix there. It's not a PC thing, it's just a people in public lobbies in LANs games love to cheat thing. That's all it is. And unfortunately, you need to take measures to protect yourself against those kinds of people, because they will do things like edit your profile save. Which is something you as a player have no control over. You can make a new character, you can't change your profile without also save editing. So, I just avoid public matchmaking in these kinds of games in general, because regardless of platform, there's someone who's gonna be on some weird shit. He's pet the pet. No desk, Jake. No. No desk. I never understood why people use the hack weapons gear. Hell, even in games like Fallout 76 had hack weapons and ruin server-wide raids offsites, because some people live to ruin the enjoyment of other people. That is how they get their enjoyment. It's not even about doing the thing that they're doing. It's either the concept of cheating gets them off, or the concept of frustrating other people gets them off. It's one of those two things, always. Were the skeleton mobs that become a crab on kill always in the game, or that's new? I'm not sure, but I had not seen those reported before the DLC, so... Some people just wake up and choose chaos? Yeah, Joey, some people just, they don't win unless someone else loses. That's the thought process there. And I've never understood that. What's your favorite armor? Ask and try and emulate the art style for the artwork. Favorite armor. I really do like how Cape of Tides looks. I don't use it. I haven't used it in a setup yet, but... Nice cat, thank you. He's a good boy. Doing some testing with an armor defense. I think for my purpose, I want more capacity in the shield so I can even larger health boost. That's just how the skill works, Samich. That's just how the skill works. If you look at it, it gives you back more health than it took from ward. So more ward equals a bigger health return. Anime. What about anime, Giraffe Cat? I feel like you said anime a couple times. Oh, anime, not armor on the question. Okay, yeah. Favorite anime? Let me think about that. I've been liking, Jujutsu Kaisen's been pretty cool. The movie came out, Jujutsu Kaisen 0. But, you know, pandemic, so I couldn't justify going out to see it in theaters. I'm hoping it goes to streaming soon. Or has it already? Obviously, like everyone else, I'm an Attack on Titan fan. Although I have been watching it since it first started getting adapted way back in, I was in college at the time. I grew up watching Dragon Ball, Yu Yu Hakusho, Naruto. Tokyo Ghoul was pretty sick. I mean, it kind of got dog shit by the end, but it was pretty cool. Seen Stone Ocean? I've only watched a couple parts of JoJo. Watched like up through part 3. So no, I haven't seen Stone Ocean. This cat. He's demanding attention. Cat, you can't be on my desk. I can't see. Well, this cat doesn't want me to play right now. Finished My Hero pretty good. I think I've only seen bits of My Hero. I'm definitely not up to date. I just don't know how behind I am. Evangelion? Never actually watched it. Been liking Spy Family, but again, I'm a fan of comedy action anime. I've heard of that, but I know nothing about it. Recommended World Trigger? Stormclaw turns Spore Cloud into lightning damage. It visually looks like poison, but it should be doing lightning damage, yes. Concept Tokyo Ghoul was nice with Kaneki's story, but they botched it later. The manga was exceptional, but then like the anime that just kind of didn't do anything. My Hero End? I don't think so. Eat a box next to you, cat will love it. Yeah, there's one, he's catting on it right now, you could probably hear that, but right next to my tower. Yeah, cat, that box is there specifically for you to mess with that. The other cat is just right behind my chair right now, you can't see him, but he's just calm. This one is very attention hungry right now. Is that 102k spell hit? What? Why? I mean, I guess I'm a spell shot, lol, but like, I'm not built for that. It just kinda did it.
Thanks for that.
He's now shaking my whole desk.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Cat. He's too damn cute. I don't know what he wants though. So like he's more loud when he wants water. And I'm pretty sure there's still water in the dish. Maybe he wants food. He does this when he's hungry. But I'm pretty sure I can still see food. Maybe it's too low. Maybe he's being picky. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna check on this cat's food. 30 seconds. BRB. Yeah, it was food. It was food. Like Rob said, he could see the bottom of the bowl, so. Using Barrage for ass up time? Using Barrage because it's just kind of better, low-key. Like, I get infinite action skill activations with this enchant, because I'm reloading all the time, so that just kind of works. On these two guns, I have Spore Fuse, on this one too, because it's just a good damage enchant. That's Barrage specific. Enchants are a roll here, like action skill start damage dealt, action skill start gun damage. Yeah, those come into play. But also, like, what else would I use? Polymorph would not provide me anything of value. Ambihextrous would not provide me anything of value. Blizzard sucks, unless you're doing companion stuff. Like, Barrage just kind of wins by default. Also, yeah, Harbinger action skill start with Barrage is pretty good. Hey, Perrick, how you doing? Cast of the original difficult modifier? Yeah, Kirk, there really are.
At least you're something. Or one of these lands in an idiot.
Oh, accidentally bolted myself.
Let's make this interesting.
What? Bombs?
I'm gonna try and make a Blizzard build work since Soak is a thing now. Yeah, you could get a little more mileage out of it. Blizzard is nice for having long duration action skill active, and that's cool for some enchantments having to do with companion stuff. I do have a companion build I've been kind of theory crafting after a couple conversations with Lazy and Perrick and some other people. I did put together some gear for a companion setup. It's kind of Blizzard, and then you just wait for the Wyvern to kill everything. But it's a work in progress right now. But it works. It works.
Like rain, only sharper.
Tesla Blizzard with Soak. It's better. Like, Blizzard is no longer in the complete trash tier category. It's also still just not very good compared to other action skills.
I can get used to this.
So leaning into its strengths, Blizzard is probably ideal when used as an action skill active vehicle, more than anything else. Now there are other action skills that do that better, namely From the Shadows with Berserker Capstone is one that comes to mind. But if you're not a Berserker, then it's your best bet. But Stallion's gotten mad. I've gotten 12 out of 3 double nut. Excuse me? That's a crime. That's straight up criminal. Is the right one? Oh yeah, I have 2 of these. This one on the right consumes less ammo, and it's better single target, with a better crossbolts. See, I don't have perfect Fear Knots. I'm still keeping an eye out for other ones. And occasionally I equip the wrong one without noticing. Getting 4-1 blast chill's criminal, that sounds terrifying. Spell will not work on guns or on spells. It's a spell thing. It is a spell thing. When a spell crits, it gets double knot. Is your preferred ring for chucking the Sharkbane for that gun damage boost? Yes. Tried matchmaking because I wanted to some shit and found a Clawbreaker stuck on drill, helped me kill it. Oh, that's kind of you. And yeah, Vorky, the Faithful Thrall's Spore Warden thing. Yeah. Chihuahua's a cat in a dog's body. One of my cats is a dog in a cat's body. He like growls and wags his tail and stuff. It's funny. Hey, Tried Time, how you doing? Did I get my left pinky for a good cryo Ludite times 3 impossible to find, spending like 400k already? It can be very difficult, yeah. Bunnies, but yeah. If you're already doing the bunnies, that's little recourse. Double roll melee onto a Sharkbane, I believe, is on a normal version. Can you provide a screenshot of that, Vorky? Because the only ones I've seen that have doubled are gun. So if you can confirm that, that would be very helpful. Haven't gotten to test it out. How likely is it that double knot needs to be nerfed? It is literally the strongest bonus element they've ever made, including Buffmeister, including Revolter, including Fire in the Skag Den, Big Surplus, all the infamous bonus elements they've ever made. This one is the worst. So if you ever had a problem with any of those, this is worse.
I've got all the magic I need. Thanks for the one-up. I never get tired of that. Unleash hell. Thanks for the reload, idiot.
DM if you're on Discord, I'd appreciate that.
Let's fly.
Oh, that was awkward. I've gotten some burnout with Wonderlands, last all SCU trophy achievements of the beast. I see. I'm of the kind of player mindset, Ace Turner Johnny, where getting SCUs is just a means to an end for me to finally start playing the game. I live for build crafting, so this game's got a lot of longevity for me. But hey, if you're experiencing some burnout, taking a break is the wisest choice, because that can stop you from developing a dislike for the game. A lot of people I've seen who started disliking these LAN games, it's because they played it past the point where it was no longer interesting, out of some sort of obligation. And then they decided to mindlessly hate on it later. So, I think maybe taking a break if that achievement's causing you that much pain would be constructive.
You were sure work.
Send it to you. Thank you. I'll check after this fight. Wish more people had such mindset. Yeah, like, I've taken breaks from these games. Like, Borderlands 3, I put over 6,000 hours into. You know how I managed that? I took breaks when I didn't feel like playing it.
Oi! Thanks for that!
Still hit me. Rude. Taking a break for a fresh Elden Ring playthrough. Ooh, that sounds fun. Let me check this. Okay, that's a gun damage one, Sharkbane. That's a gun damage Sharkbane, Vorky. 30% gun damage? Yeah. Yeah, gun damage is the one that doubles up. It can also roll melee, companion, or spell, but those do not double up. Just the gun damage one. At least, that we've seen so far. When I say melee, no, it's fine. You meant one thing, and your brain put out another one. I totally get it. I've been there. 1,200 hours in BL2 just because I love playing through the story. TVHM, UVHM is crazy. Which goes back to the earlier point about how balance is important, because UVHM never got balanced in BL2. And to this day, a lot of people don't like it because of that. Why just gun damage? Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. That's why I don't watch build videos. I play around building my own stuff. Not the greatest at it. That's why I played BL3 for 2,700 hours. First full year of it. Let's go. Doesn't gun mag also double up because I found a Blaze of Glory while leveling? We're talking primary passives, Samich. You're talking secondary passives. There is nothing in place on rings or amulets to stop them from double rolling. Rings can triple roll on the secondaries, and amulets can double roll on the secondaries. We're talking on the primary. For some reason, the primary, the one that says gun damage up top, gun damage is not a secondary roll. The primary on Sharkbane, if it's gun damage, is doubled. Seemingly just that. ×2 fire sawmill. Yes, please. Excited to see later today how well my builds do after rune chest suggestions. Ooh, yeah, hopefully it'll go well. Explain the double and triple roll thing. They just specifically didn't put things in place to stop them from double triple rolling. On armors, for example, different stats are in different clusters. So this is a great way of telling if an armor's legit or not. If someone just hastily edited, they're like, oh, give me all the good stats, and they didn't look to see how it actually works. Armors are in different groups, so there's some that are mutually exclusive with each other. Rings don't have that in place. So there's absolutely nothing stopping me from getting spell radius 3 times. I don't think I have that ring on this save, but yeah. Does Loot Luck do anything to impact primordial drop rate, or is it just legendaries in general? It's just legendaries in general. Sock. Just higher rarity chances. The only thing that increases your chances of chaos tiers is going up chaos levels. So this is a Sharkbane that rolled companion damage. You see it's 17% and not 30. For whatever reason, companion doesn't do the same thing gun does on that ring. But take it easy, Deep Zombie. You have a good one. Is this a double spell radius roll? Yeah, that's a double spell radius roll. You see how on this ring, this promise ring, I have 14.1, and that's a volatile. This one is a normal ring with 20%. That's 2 spell radius rolls. So, there you go. Stupid question. Does fire reverse the effects of frost? Not a stupid question. No, it doesn't work that way. But that's not a stupid question. It's a very good question, honestly. It's trying. These rings are trying. An ability Sharksbane, you know, 15%, not 30. Assault rifle mag size and reload speed's cool though. Shame it's with ability damage. And if you happen to know what shields large capacity, static charge, sandwich. Static charge with a turtle part. At volatile is 10,900. At primordial it'll be higher than that. But static charge with turtle part. Based on the size of the number, the 26.2 is a triple roll then. We have seen someone in the community, Smug, who did a lot of work on the armor spreadsheet we use, for example, among other things. Smug pulled a triple radius primordial, triple spell radius primordial mood ring. So it's 50% for triple radius at primordial. And then a mood ring gives you another, like, it doubles it when you're fulfilling the conditions. So 100% radius from one ring. Pretty nuts. Hey, primordial threads of fate. Yes, please. Rainbow with status damage sounds interesting. Is cooperation mode just bad? Started a game with girlfriend and feels odd. Odd in what way? Odd in what way? I'm not sure what your what the problem you're having is. Primordial Buffmeister. That's scary. 287? That's scary. I'm leaving that there. That can stay there. All my loot's falling through the floor. I don't know what triggers it, homie data, but I've had it multiple times. Unfortunately, you've got to save quit to correct that. Which does mean if you're in the loot room, you're looking at either not spending your crystals or hoping that some good stuff goes to your lost loot. Very unfortunate situation. That 50% on something like ability could add to the radius of the Dreadwind. The radius passive is spells only, Rohit. It is specifically spell radius. So there's some crazy stuff you can do with that, but yeah. There is no splash radius passive available to us. Cat, what are you doing? All bosses are the same level, we wipe in 2 seconds. Could you be more specific? Which boss? What level are you? And additionally, the difficulty of this game is not really there in the playthrough. It's not a playthrough difficulty game. You also have the option of, if you both want to go on intense difficulty, you'll deal less damage, enemies will deal more. That helps you get a little more challenge. But until the end game, where Chaos tiers open up, the game's not designed to exactly be challenging. See, I'm on Chaos 35, and enemy HP is over 1,000% higher. That's where it gets challenging. Or how's the radius affect Cube and Marshmallow? Cube starts doing complex root things, Mr. Adblock. It's just like the whole room. Like, the cube no longer has to hit anything for it to hit everything. Sigils get to the size of... You see these pillars, chat? In a circle? With max radius, you can get a sigil that's, like, the size of that entire thing. Hey, Rabbit. Bottles here? Nice. do another run. Also want to get a good Clawbringer build going. I haven't touched mine since the patch. I need to revisit mine a little bit more. I really do want to maximize Storm Smite damage. It hits quite hard. Just, I suppose I'm easily frustrated with the visual pollution from it. Like, it's just, if you're doing a Storm Smite build, goodbye vision. You will not see anymore. Call me Wanda, because my vision is gone. Alright, yeah, I deserve to be booed for that one.
At least you're some use. Worms won't go hungry tonight.
Yeah, Kevin booed me too. You guys hear that?
Hope one of these lands in an idiot.
We're gonna get double Calamity Deadshot. Yeah, vision is a thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Ha! You fell for it. Classic hero bait.
Wow, we almost one-chucked the Dragon Lord statue. You see that? Ooh. That was spicy. That was spicy. Yeah, if this was Primordial. And if we had frost damage there. Or poison even, just not fire. And of course, if this was volatile or primordial. Yeah, that could have been a one-chuck. More damage on the table over here. Yeah. We can get to the point where we can one-chuck dragon statues. Focusing too much on Deadshot recently. Deadshot's just one of those setups that it scratches that itch or that archetype people wanted since this game was announced. So that being a spellcaster that kills things with the spell specifically. Deadshot's just the best at doing that. So it makes sense.
As it was foretold. Ready to bring the arcane pain.
The ricochet from the one that hit it came back and killed him. Oh, that's rude. Sorry, Lance. Yeah, Raven General, how you doing? Especially with Blast Gasp and the Knot, yeah. You can put all the crazy stuff into play at once. You could go Paradigm, converting all the spell damage you get. Graveborn gives you the second most spell damage in Tree. So, like, you have that, and you have the Spell Shot spell damage. Then you got Paradigm, making that into ability to boost the Blast Gasp. You've got gun damage in Tree as well to boost your Double Knot. Which is a cursed sentence. And you've got all that healing from Graveborn. It just does so much. Those two go so well together.
You were short work.
Is it worth getting Wonderlands? I think so. I enjoy the game a lot. I have 18 days of playtime, if that gives you any indication. The game turned 1 month old today, and I have 18 days played. If you do happen to go for it, !Wonderlands will give you an affiliate link that I receive compensation if you buy the game through that. What? If you're not sure, you can stick around and watch some gameplay. This is one of my favorite setups. And if you like Borderlands, this is just Borderlands, but spicy. Or maybe you prefer a different denomination than spicy. It's Cool Ranch Borderlands, aka the best flavor. Someone's gonna get mad at that one. Spell radius affect the Calamity projectile ring. Spell radius affects like lots of stuff, Rob. It's kind of crazy. Like, spell radius makes your sigils bigger. It makes your arcane bolt no longer have to actually physically hit things. You can just kind of aim near things and it'll still hit them. It makes your twisters the size of a room. It makes your frozen orbs the size of a screen. It makes your cubes hit entire maps. It makes your quaking sunders will just be like the width of this chunk of wall. It's kind of nuts. Spell radius is terrifying. And we can get more radius in this game than we could in Borderlands 3. Just for spells, but we can. So if you thought Frozen Heart, Nova Spam, and BL3, you know, hitting the entire map was nuts, well, you can do it with more things in this game. Came out of Lurkin, say you lost some points with that Cool Ranch comment. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Hope you're doing well here, Halifax. Hey Fleece, how's it going? What are we up to today? We're grinding out the extended featured. Getting lots of gear. That is the priority today. Showcasing the power of Furior lightning bolts. Really enjoy these. Hey King, how you doing? Bazooka dude, hope you're well. Quartz, good to see you. What am I hearing is spell equals glassing of reach? Yeah, you could pretty much get that effect. You can get spells that'll just kind of hit the entire, like, everything that's spawned. And the things that haven't spawned yet. It's pretty crazy. Here, I'll show you on the next run. If someone remind me in the loot room. I'll show you guys the melee freeze setup we were playing last stream. With max radius. Because we did not have max radius before. And I'll show you how crazy it gets with it. Which is one of the many cool applications. What's some other cool radius stuff happens? Oh, Inflammation, the flamethrower spell, gets more range with radius. So you can, with max radius, you can get your Inflammation to hit, like, from here to there. It's kind of fun. Whiskey's neat for people who play BL3 that come with head cosmetics. Ooh, that's cool. I might have to order some. I'm a whiskey guy. I'm a Borderlands guy. Thought of something could be pretty nutty. Sigil pulls enemies in with max spell radius and Calamity. You don't even need to pull enemies in with how crazy the Calamity radius gets, Rob. It's nuts. It's really that big. But an amusing thing you could do for setups that don't have a lot of survivability is you could run max radius with a Fortifying Sigil, and Fortifying Sigils heal you for 8% of your max health at purple. They heal you for 8% of your max health per second while you're inside. So if you make the radius of that just like the size of the map, it's just a heal. And a damage increase. Volatile Mage Staff. I'll take that. That's cool. How much is Marshmallow? Now, the physical Marshmallow itself doesn't get bigger, but the blast radius does. Look forward to seeing this with the inevitable magic missile spell. It just makes a nuke explosion. yeah, I can totally see that happening, Samantha. I may have miscalculated terribly. So even a build as powerful as this, I stopped paying attention, and Vorkenar kind of... If you're too close to Vorkenar when he phases, you just kind of take damage for no reason. Even if there's no ads, I hate it. And I wasn't paying attention, it got me. Having some trouble with survivability with Stabbo Claw. Any suggestions other than Body Rune? Skeep. Skeep Amulet. Skeep always good. You could also, Rohit, you could go for a Harbinger Amulet if you're using the hammer throw. If you throw and retract your hammer as fast as possible, base without any cooldown bonuses, that's 5 seconds per throw. Harbinger gives you back 50% of your ward over 2 seconds on every throw. So you could potentially have pretty constant Harbinger triggers. See, I paid attention this time as Vorkenar falls over. Volatile Master Rune. I do have a companion build. I did want a Master Rune. A health part? Yeah, maybe that'll be useful. Volatile Rainbolt with Spell Charge. Yes, please. Vorkenar very kind. Volatile Afterburner. Vorkenar super kind this run. Thank you. Using From the Shadows, not Hammer, trying to dot build with crits? Right, dot build. Yeah, honestly, Skeep. Skeep is the thing there. Now, there's Joint Training, which would give you more crit damage, which would help offset the crit penalty you get from the Shadows, even though, you know, math doesn't quite work out that way. But it is something. Ultimately, though, Skeep. Skeep. Favorite build is that build, you know? The one who does things. You see the one I'm talking about? Yeah, Resolve, I got you. I got you. How you doing? Oh yeah, I didn't pay attention to that. Those crabs destroy butt stallion real fast. Hang on, that's a sentence. Keep his life build. Borderlands sentences go burr, that they do. You want the master and I'll take it? Yeah, I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it.
Stallion has crabs.
Yes, time I got back. Butt Stallion has horrible crabs.
Let's make this interesting. Fully stocked.
Cursed crabs are the bane of my existence. Yeah, cursed crabs and evil eye crabs are truly nightmarish spawns of evil.
You ain't as bad as you smell.
Crustaceans? Thanks for the 300, Mr. Ablon. A lot of this damage that's down to me right now is my damage, because I'm just not caring where I chuck. But it's fine. The best defense is a good offense. Hey, Amber, is Blast Gas we're taking one of the highest damage skills in the game. One of the strongest things in the entirety of Wonderlands. So the question, where do I go to start the DLC stuff? So go to the overworld, and then by the green shrine, there's a new area. You can just go through the area transition. It's right there. Where did I get Steve? Amulet Bunny. I don't know dedicated sources of, like, most things in this game, because bunnies...
This'll be over before you can
Why drill?
I don't do warning shots.
Thank you for the 210 bits, Mr. Ablon. He's very kind. Thank you. Hoping other DLCs put in are going to be more like Borderlands story DLCs. See, I'm kind of neutral on that one, Vorky. I don't really care too much for story DLCs, because at the end of the day, I play them once per character, and then I no longer give a shit. Now, if they're story DLCs that also expand the Chaos Chamber, like how this one did, or come with an endgame activity on the side, then yeah, absolutely, hit me. But ultimately, I don't give a shit about story DLCs. They have very little longevity. They'll get people really interested and involved for a period of 1 week, and then everyone forgets about them. Like, case in point, how much time did you actually spend in the Krieg DLC in Borderlands 3, if you played it? How much time do you actually spend, like, in there, doing things? Most of it's just farming, right?
Won't be needing that.
You one run, then farm Evil Lilith. Yep. One playthrough, but I didn't play much BO3. Well, even the people who did play a lot of BO3 did the same thing there. It was one playthrough per character. Often, on my playthroughs, I would just go through to unlock the farms I cared about, and then not go back. So, building around endgame just gives the content more of a lifespan. Hey, Pup T, how you doing? We're gonna get a quadruple espresso shot, Quag. Bunnies, where I can get business loan. I mean, it's true. The bunnies have great business sense. They keep us coming back.
Simple geometry.
Enough to have the entirety of Valhalla's chest not drop a single Lego at max level at M11. Pain.
How's that for an action?
Also, for anyone who has trouble dodging Drill's attacks in Phase 3, all of them can be dodged by getting closer. On this one, you just go to one side, but on the ones where he's in the middle swinging at you, you just get closer. Did a Krieg DLC for BL3? Did they mascara my boy? No, it was actually pretty good. Narrative-wise, the Krieg DLC was a lot of fun. It was light on content. To an even greater degree than most story DLCs, which is why I used it as the example. Not a lot of replay value there. But that was like peak pandemic development, so the fact they pushed the DLC out at all was impressive. Spell crit damage, spell radius. It's too confused. Not enough synergy there. Primordial G-Wizard. Why did it have to be that shotgun? Pain.
Ah, you're here, my faithful mushroom.
Spell radius make the Nova bigger on Frost Empowering Sigil? It does. It does. We're gonna show that next run. Did a lot of BL2 DLCs, just had fun with them. So that game was structured around playthroughs, because it forced you to do 3 playthroughs before you could get to endgame. So a lot of time, you had levels you had to get to hit progression thresholds, like starting UVHM or getting to level cap after completing UVHM. So you had to fill that time with something. So playthroughs of DLC story content made a lot of sense. Each of those DLCs did also come with at least one raid boss. So, in the context of that game, those story DLCs worked a lot better. But with how modern Lands games work, of endgame being independent of content drops for the most part, story DLCs just wouldn't work as well. I get why they didn't go for that approach with this game. Now, I don't necessarily think that the approach they did go with landed as well as they wanted it to. Because it's basically Chaos Chamber expansions that have a tutorial area. But it wasn't presented as such to people, so that's why there's a lot of dislike for the DLC. Wearing a parachute? I'm wearing a hoodie. This is a hoodie. The zipper's broken, so I can't close it. Not to be contrarian, I enjoy the story playthroughs. I don't have quack numbers, I got 2k hours into BL3. A lot of that longevity for me was balancing endgame play with different story challenge runs. And that is not any less valid than my approach, Chester. Everyone gets something different out of these games. There's some people who play it purely for a narrative experience. There's some people who play it for endgame exclusively. There's some people who just speedrun. Different people get different things out of the game, and I'm glad you got that level of enjoyment out of story stuff. Over 2,000 hours is exceptional. Like, these games are not designed inherently for people who put thousands of hours in. They're going for, at best, hundreds. Anything they get beyond hundreds is like, cool, great. But something to keep in mind is with these games, the majority of the sales are the people who buy the game, play the story one time, and then never touch it again. The active community, none of us play like that. Whether you're an endgame player or a story-focused player, you go through multiple times. But the core audience they sell to, they just play once. And you can see this easily through things like achievement metrics. Better for the zipper to be broken a hoodie than a parachute. That's true. Seen the Wonderland tweet for 30 minutes ago? I did not. I did not. Feel free to link it. Coffee Jolts. Hope they don't put too many eggs into one basket and we wind up with only Chaos Chamber at the end game. I feel like they're willing to listen on that front, Vince. They know how well takedowns, for example, were received. And they're still actively running community challenges for Proving Grounds and Circles of Slaughter in Borderlands 3. So they know what we like. Yeah, I'll do Radius after this run. Vorkenar report possible bugs. I'm having a run where the frost buddies aren't taking any damage, any of the buddies. If you can get a clip of it, Rohith, 2K support would love to see that kind of thing. Or you can send it to me, and I can also report it directly. Either of those. Been living under the proverbial Borderlands rock. How's the game? Fantastic, Quartz. Game's been out a month to the day, and I have 18 days playtime. Which is more than I even had at this point in Borderlands 3's life. And the first day of Borderlands 3, I pulled a 22-hour session, chat. Like, in one session. I'm playing even more now with this game. So yeah, this game's great. It's got super, super tight endgame. Like, it just... 4 raid bosses at launch is amazing. And Chaos Chamber is addictive. Very addictive. It's really good. It's a good game. Classes have a lot of identity to them and feel distinct from one another, so there's lots of different builds you can make. Woolly Bully. I still love that. Hey, Ultra Christy, how you doing? You have a favorite gun so far with the new update? Nothing I wasn't already using, really. These Fear Knots, Lightning Bolt Fear Knots are probably my favorite weapon currently, but I'm a person who's bad at picking favorites. My favorite shotgun is still the Crossblade, so on a traditional gun build, I'm still a Crossblade stan, so maybe that. But it's not something that was affected by the update. So this is a good example. This is a Lightning Bolt Fear Knot in Lightning Element. But the thing with that is a Lightning Element gets a lower base damage than non-Ellie. The one I'm holding right now is non-Ellie. Now, granted, this is a volatile versus not, but the damage would still be higher on a non-Ellie. But with Lightning Bolt modules, a non-elemental one is still lightning damage. It's still shock damage. So, if you're using Lightning Bolt modules, you don't ever want these. They're just worse than non-elemental. Okay, let's do the Radius thing. Chaos Chamber. So Chaos Chamber is this game's endgame. It's a procedurally generated dungeon with different formats you can choose as you go in. And doing the Chaos Chamber is how you earn endgame difficulty levels in this game. So we have Chaos levels instead of OP levels or Mayhem levels, and you have to complete a Chaos trial to earn your next Chaos level. And we don't have the OP gear, Mayhem gear situation in this game. We just have Chaos tiers, which unlock at certain Chaos levels. It basically serves to stop the situation of your gear would be invalidated the second you bumped up a difficulty level in Borderlands 2 or 3. How to unlock new levels of the DLC? Does it just happen with a new week, or can I unlock a new level of the DLC this week? It should roll over on Hotfix Day, so Thursday. It should be when they unlock the new one, I would imagine. I gotta make some room, hang on. 1 second. This ice spike was a funny meme, but I need the inventory slot, so it's going. Housecast 35 is super hard. Noticeably more difficult, but with an optimized setup, it's not too bad. It got rid of power creep? Not quite. It's just moved, but in terms of your gear being invalidated as further caps go up, yeah, it's a lot better. took so many good things from Diablo in this game. They did. There's a lot of Diablo DNA here. Favorite enchantment? The Barrage Ward one. Reloading gives you a charge of Barrage. Barrage spam is super satisfying. So, this is the ring. This is the ring. Primordial. Ability damage. We don't care about the ability damage bit. It's nice for our blast chill, I guess, but 50% spell radius. This is a triple roll, and it's on a mood ring, so while ward's not full, effects are increased by 100%, so 100% spell radius. Yo, Rob, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's super generous of you. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Goes a long way. Are there level 100 enemies in Chaos 35? Join a random game with Chaos 35 level 100 plus enemies? That is not normal. That would be someone messing with the game in some way, Daniel. That is not normal. So this map's taking a while to load. You good, game? You good?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Alright, so, if you want to see how big Empowering Sigil with max radius is, let me, I need to take damage.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hit me. There we go. So it's hitting them over there. Hey King, thank you for continuing the gift sub from Ducky Dino. I appreciate it. You guys are very generous. Thank you so much. I was going crazy or something? Yeah, someone was messing with their game. That's why I do not advise public games in any lands game. Especially because some of the people doing that stuff like that, they can permanently affect your profile. To the point where someone else has to save edit to cancel out what they did. And all it requires is being in the same lobby as someone who's willing to do those things. Just uninstalled? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Psycho. I hope the game can win you back eventually. But I'm still having a good time. Meeting's so dumb, but I'm back. Yeah, meetings can be very frustrating. Had a couple of those recently. Adulty shit, you know? No. We're gonna send you the clips of the Frozen Buddies. Apologize for making you out of right. No, you're fine, bro. Just DM to me on Discord. That'd be the easiest way. This Rage been fighting with my build. When the loss couldn't kill boss, this Rage uninstalled. Ah, that'll never kill the boss, though. You gonna let the boss win? which boss you having trouble with, and what kind of build you're working with. Satisfying. Mrs. Melee build, may I get a rundown after the chamber run? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Ton of blank slate, how do you know what it does? Do you know what it does? Yeah, what does it say on your blank slate? Do you have any bonuses, like here where it would say Berserker Power, Clawbringer Power? Do you have anything there? Because blank slate can roll with nothing, in which case it does nothing except the XP boost. But it can roll with some other things there too. Thank you for teaching me the glory of interactions with Go Unexplored. Hey, my pleasure. My pleasure.
Oh, that's a thing of beauty.
Please, Psycho, it's like nothing off meta works, sadly. Are you looking at the screen, Ganjito? Because, like, I'm pretty sure that freezing things with an empowering sigil and swinging a melee weapon isn't meta. And this is Chaos 35. Also, I chuck lightning bolts on my strongest build, and most people would say, but you're not using pixies. So, like, what the lands community defines as meta is not the only thing. Blast Chill busted, okay. Would you like me to spec out a Blast Chill and do the same thing? Because I can. I believe the sentiment you're trying to express is, I've had difficulty having success with the things I have tried. No player game? Okay, I'll keep doing that. But this idea that nothing off meta works, I've seen people stoke the flames of this on Twitter, and it's not true. There is a very big gap between nothing works and nothing I've tried works. It's like the people saying, hey, legendaries are bad. Are we sure about that? 1 month in. Are we still feeling that way? Because a lot of people said that for a long time.
Oh, hell. Are you dead already?
Generalizations, based on subjective experience, are a little bit dangerous to make in this kind of game.
Want to kill the rest of you. Tell everyone how impressive I am. Oh, right, I will. Carry on.
This isn't BL2 OP10, right, where very few things actually work. Like, you got a lot of wiggle room in this game. Using a non-meta version of Source Illusion able to do Chaos 35 Intense, not fast boss kills, is still possible. And I feel like that's the goal there, Dyson, right? Like, you took a setup that is very optimized for very specifically doing ludicrous amounts of damage, and you tweaked it, and it's not as optimal, but it's your own personal style, and you're still able to do the hardest content with it, with a little bit of effort and a little bit of time. I feel like that's the exact sweet spot they should hit with these games. Of course, there's going to be people who make it their literal job to break the game and do the most optimal thing, the fastest thing, and that's, you got people like Moxie, you got people like Lazy, you got people like myself doing that kind of thing. But these games are not designed for us, so you can do it too. Mod your weapons in and shit, you have to farm them. Wish I could. I don't do that. In Borderlands 3, I'd save edited for content by the end of that game's life, sure, but I have not save edited in this game. I haven't figured out a spore build with Blizzard that works yet. I'm actually working on one right now, Shag. It's a pet build. Blizzard is kind of hard to justify in a lot of situations, but I'm using it currently to apply my claw armor debuff on my pet Clawbringer, and to keep action skill active enchantments on for a while. It's working out okay so far. I gotta figure out bossing though. It's a work in progress. Think about off-meta builds that if they work, they become meta. That's a good thing to bring up, Royalist Official, and that's why the Lands community has never actually used the term meta correctly. Because, little experiment. Borderlands 3 players here. What would you say a meta build is? Just name a meta setup. This is a little thought experiment. Look at this awesome build I spent the last 20 hours min-maxing. Exploding Barrel. Are you sure about that? It do be like that. I think legendaries are almost all insane for my testing. Yeah, they feel very unique, but the thing with legendaries in this game is most of them require you investing in them rather than them immediately making builds better. Most, not all. Bossing's the hang-up I've run into also. Yeah, it's definitely the hurdle in this game. Hellwalker. Okay, that's a good example. So, the Hellwalker was viewed as this meta thing in Borderlands 3. The Hellwalker was best in slot for literally 0 things. In the context of gun builds, in the context of fastest clears of any content, the Hellwalker held 0 #1 slots. It was popular, it was effective, it was not peak in anything ever. It was simply a good gun. But, because people quantified it as this meta thing, that's not what that means. Like, the Lands community has never identified meta correctly. If we're talking actual meta... So that's the BL3 Time Trials leaderboard. You can see the things that are actually meta, because those are the things that have been timed to be the fastest clearing for each of these activities. And most of that shit's Lucky 7. Lucky 7 is not exactly an accessible thing to run, but there's other setups that were very, very fast. For example, I had a pet Zane build that didn't shoot guns, and that wasn't popular, but for a long time it was the fastest clearing Zane build in Proving Grounds. So, like, meta is never what the Lands community's made it out to be. So, this ever-shifting definition of meta, like, only meta builds are effective, well, you don't know what that word means. Because nobody does. Meta by true definition, most effective tactics available is different per Vault Hunter. On Flak, it's Rackstab, can't save for other VHs. Rackstab on some content, that's still a content-based thing. Speaking of meta, someone told my mate he could never kill Hemovorus, that Infinity Pistol, he took Xan and Insane Fire Rate and killed the boss solo with me in game. That's not really... So Hemovorus does not have any time-constrained mechanics. It's just, if you do an amount of damage, as long as you don't get hit, you can eventually kill it. Lazy killed Hemovorus with no skill points on a 1 life on Flak. Like, it's very doable. There's hyperbole in this community. People will say, most damage, best build, you can do this, you can't do this. Like, nuance. These things are always more nuanced. So Lachance is actually kind of fun on this fight because I don't insta-melt him and he hits very hard, so it's a big positioning check. I like Lachance here. Basically, whatever a streamer edits is look at this amazing C35 Giga build using poison. Yeah, basically that reel is official. Like, people will see a video that gets a lot of clicks and they'll be like, oh, this must be meta. Like, no. 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 Understand the need for Clawbringer buffs, so we're rolling out changes to Iron Bear. Oh no, could you imagine if they buffed Iron Bear in 2022? It'd be wild. I'm kinda for it. Like, just the conversations that would result from that, let's do it. I'm here for it. Who else is down? Iron Bear buffs? Just keep swinging, swinging, swinging. Yeah. If only meta builds are effective, then every build would be Buffmeister. Right. Understand spell shot's busted, so we nerf Clawbringer. Just buff spell shot again. 3 is a nice round number. You're an anarchist. Maybe a little bit. Buff Lilith? I'm down. Let's do it. Volatile Twin Soul, Caustic Echo. That's useful. Hey Amber, how you doing? Wouldn't say meta could be applied to Land Series, meta to me would apply to say Tarkov. Well, you can successfully apply meta to Land Series Psycho, like what I mentioned there with BL3 Time Trials. We did quantify what meta is, successfully. It's just the greater Lands community as a whole does not use that definition. They just use the term incorrectly. It's like how you hear people say the term OP, overpowered. They'll use OP to mean, hey, this is my good build, it's so OP. Like, that's not what that means. It's like people using the word literally incorrectly. Like, I'm literally on fire. I'm figuratively on fire. It's a misuse of a term. Would you say Godfall's worth a playthrough now with the Ultimate Edition? Yeah, Braxis. I really love that game. The endgame in Godfall is exceptional, and they did rework the story playthrough to a point where it's a lot more, less barren. Yeah, I'd say Godfall's worth your time. I avoid using the term OP because I don't want devs thinking things are too strong and need to be nerfed. Right, that is the actual, like, definition of overpowered. Meaning, you know, on a different tier of power to a problematic degree. People run around saying things like, you know, I'm shooting the live wire and it's overpowered. Nice. Thanks 100 bits. They'll shoot the live wire, they'll be like, oh, shooting this gun is so OP. Hey, this actually worked. That was bugged for a while. But, like, no, shooting the live wire is just a good gun. Like, OP would be, I don't know, Torg Stickies. Considering raid bosses can be speed killed with Torg Stickies with no skill points. Shout out to Garwood. Always OP. All they claim was a mistake. So, like, it was one value listed on the crit chance, and they changed that. So... OP equals Plasma Coil? Depends on what point in time you're talking about, Pericles. This is a good example in the vein of the Hellwalker. Plasma Coil was not even, like, relevant to DLC 6 guns. But people were familiar with the Plasma Coil for a long time, so they were like, oh, Plasma Coil is so OP still. Free Radical just takes the Plasma Coil out back and fucking grounds it, then starts dating its mother.
Did you know that in terms of human companionship, Flareon is objectively the most huggable Pokemon?
Thanks for the 5 months in the Prime style. Also, exceptional shitpost. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. That was a good one. But yeah, like, Free Radical takes Plasma Coil out in the back, you know, grounds it, starts dating its mother, expresses disappointment, and then leaves for cigarettes and never comes back. And even without putting things like that on the table, if you're just talking SMGs, well, Plasma Coil is less DPS than a Chaosin or a crit if your name is Flak. So there's a very clear-cut example of it not being overpowered by that definition. When you compare it to other things at that point in the game's life, it was in line with power, and there are things that were on a tier above that. That's why definitions are slippery. Ollie specific, you good, bro? Yeah, I'm just going through some shit, Johnny. Just going through some shit. Build overview. I'll do that pasta for you afterwards, Quartz. So, skill tree wise, Spellshot Berserker. We went Spellshot specifically because I wanted to mess around with Ambihex stuff because I did not have a Tide Cape appropriately rolled. If I got a Cape of Tides with Blast Chill on it, then yeah, I'd switch over to a different action skill probably. But for now, I'm running that. Spellshot also gets cooldown, which is important for what we're doing, and Glass Cannon allows us to have better uptime on certain ward effects, namely Bad Egg, which is super cracked, and we'll get to that. We go on Spellshot down to high thread count. Now, I'm down to Capstone on Berserker, which, yes, is a meme. It is specifically just because it looks funny. I'm using Ambihextrous. This does literally nothing for my build. It's just a shitpost. If you were to pull that point, you could put it just somewhere else, but there's not a lot that makes a difference, so, you know, whatever. It'd be like an extra point in Cold Snap, I guess, or an extra in Ancient Fury. It's just funny. Have you gotten into DLC weapons or spells? Yes. Yes, I have. I was using one in this build, one of the spells. But in the Berserker tree, Ancestral Frost, because we're doing a lot of frost damage. Icebreaker is exceptionally good and the kind of centerpiece of this build. Old Ways is fantastic damage and it's a melee build, so we almost always get full benefit. Cold Snap is frost efficiency, also important, and movement speed. Unarmored Defense, just a Giga Chad survivability skill, we take that. Blood Frenzy is great survivability, we take that too. Ancient Fury, we put 1 point here to give our Blast Chill a better formula. Relentless Rage, great quality of life. It allows us to get access to Enrage, which we otherwise wouldn't with Ambihextrous, I should say. Blast Chill is exceptional damage. Iron Squall is swing speed, which is important for our DPS. So what we're doing here is we're using this Empowering Sigil. Now, this Sigil, if you get an Empowering Sigil in Frost Element, the Novas it produces insta-freeze enemies. They have extremely high Frost efficiency, and Frozen enemies take more damage from melee innately, and also they'll take more damage from Berserkers who have Icebreaker invested. So it's a freeze build. We run around freezing things with this Sigil. Now, it's a 5-second duration, and with our cooldown bonuses, we have it down to about 2 seconds of downtime total. In our other spell slot from Ambihextrous, we're using Tidebreaker, which is one of the DLC spells. Enemies that are soaked by this effect take increased damage from lightning and frost. Our melee weapon is frost, our blast chill is frost, our enrage bonus element is frost, our live wire is lightning. So, it buffs all that stuff. We're using a Bad Egg. Now, Bad Egg, when it's broken, gives you a big chunk of movement speed and a Dark Magic bonus element on your melee attacks. It gives you a third thing it doesn't tell you about, and that's an extra melee damage multiplier, which is unique. It is a separate melee damage boost from all others in the formula. Bad Egg is really good for melee. Provides you just a lot of things. Of course, Cursed Wit is on the table, but I prefer Bad Egg because it's more interesting and less annoying. More off-meta, to use Land's terms. We've got Spell Radius rings, triple rolled Primordial Mood rings, so each of these is 100% Spell Radius. So we're running around with 200% Spell Radius right now. 200% Spell Radius, so this sigil gets super big. Livewire, because every other melee hit makes lightning chains based off a few things. It's based off bullets left in mag. It's based off the melee damage hit, the hit of the damage of the melee hit. Oh, I can't speak. It's got its own whole formula thing, but it's just very strong. It's the melee stat stick in this game. And yeah, that's build. Our paradigm. I'm currently running a paradigm because this is my only decent armor with blast chill that I had. But the paradigm helps because I am a spell shot, so You know, spell damage into melee and ability, it's nice. But a Tide Cape with this skill distribution would be ideal. Obviously, I don't want these Clawbringer skill points. I would want 4 in Savagery and 1 in Blast Show. But that would work out quite well here. Especially because I do have ability damage covered by my rings in this case. I don't need the ability damage from here as much, and I already have a decent amount of melee damage. So you could really justify Cape of Tides, and that would let me swap out Ambi-Hex for something else. Once the build's fully finished, I expect a save file. Maybe. How important are rings? In this context, very. Spell radius makes this much more effective. Now, since we're a melee build, we don't need the radius. We could just get closer, but this helps us close distance. And since we have no other source of ability damage other than Paradigm, Myth Rank, and Rings, rings help matter a lot on this setup. Now, Aposta for Quartz. This one's appropriate. Look up. You see lots of mushroom companions. It's happening to you. It's a ghost story. It's about the bug with Graveborn, Spore Warden, infinite mushroom companions in the sky giving you infinite damage. All hail the shroom booty. Blessed be he. Blessed be the divine cheeks. Almost at Moon Orb Cap. What's up, bossing issues? Thank you for testing. Toxic Nightbot. So all melee setups kind of do. If you're not using Ghostblade, then Banshee and Drill are immediately miserable. But other than that, bossing's fine. It's just those two. It's just those two. Figure out what I want to use these moon orbs on. Do I have a different sigil? Oh yeah, we got this triple cooldown rebuking sigil. So 9.8 second cooldown, 6 second duration. It's actually just full uptime with our cooldown boosts. We just constantly spam these sigils. It's a good time. I do want a fortifying sigil though. Maybe I roll the bunnies for a fortifying sigil. Yeah, that'd be in my best interest. Ooh, good enchant. Not for this build, though. I hate passing that one up. On spell shot, when I'm using Ambi-Hex, since I now have 2 spells, anything I do count as action skill? No, Charlie. You do not get anything associated with action skill at all when you're using Ambi-Hex. Not enchantments, not effects, you just don't have an action skill. Is Lord of Edge a good skill? Yes. It's a good 1-point value. First I was confused, but I trusted the chef, and it was proven that my trust was not misplaced. A pasta that both satiated my hunger and enhanced my soul. 9 out of 10. Glad you liked it, Quartz. Literally every run I get to the end boss and it's Drill, Banshee, and a Rage. Yeah. Hey Braun, how you doing? Stream blacked out so I didn't get to see if you answer my question regarding playing through Godfall. Oh, yeah, Praxis. Godfall is great. I'd say it's worth your time. Yeah, Praxis. So work with Deathless? It does. You get full value of Lord of Edges when you have Deathless on. Sleep in the same bed every night. LMFAO, your average velocity each day is 0. Hashtag not grinding, hashtag gotcha. I'm cringing on behalf of the originator of that one. That's painful. Melee weapon, this is a Banshee. Banshee is just kind of irreplaceable for melee, unless you're a Spellblade addict. Because Banshee has an extremely high base damage, and the projectiles that it spawns are also melee damage, meaning ranged blast chill delivery just for swinging your weapon. It's very valuable. Originator is literally Vsauce? Ah, yeah, cringe then, yeah. What's the difference between area damage and spell radius? Like, let's say Calamity, how those interact? Spell radius is radius that applies only to spells. Area damage is just a damage increase for anything that is tagged as splash damage for its damage source. So they're kind of just separate because radius does not increase damage directly. Now there are some things that have difficulty with their damage delivery, and radius makes them able to hit things in a more consistent way. That can make radius mean DPS, but that kind of works more like fire rate, where it doesn't directly increase the number, it just gives you more access to your numbers. Whereas area damage is a direct increase. So for example, my blast chill scales with area damage. But spell radius does nothing because it's not a spell. And even if it was, that'd just be radius, not damage. What if I want to use an axe? You can. Lurk can eat actual pasta. Take it easy, Quartz. Games confirm better than BL3 bonk builds actually function. They do. There's still the issue of bosses where, you know, you struggle. Like, BL3 had Hemo, Wotan, Psycho Reaver. Just meleeing them was kind of just painful. This game has Banshee, who has an insta-kill aura around her. Not an insta-kill, but like a damage-dealing aura that bypasses shields. And Drill has that same stuff, but it's floor-based. And also has terrible hitboxes. So there's like one angle where you can actually hit Drill with the Dreadwind, for example. So it's not even the Death Water that's the problem, it's you just can't connect. So there's still places where melee kind of suffers, but it's definitely a lot better off than previous games.
Time for a spell.
War Paradigm. Spell and melee increased by ability. Is that Warcaster, spell cooldown, and 1 ascension? Max health. It's tempting, but no. There for the info, I thought the same thing. Just want to confirm my thought process, trying to make a solid group of enchantments, having a hard time getting the right ones, and all wants to give me his action skill enchants. Yeah, Charlie, it's super tough rolling for stuff for an Ambihex build, because that's when the game, it somehow knows. It's like, oh, you can't use these? Bet, that's all you get. Like, I'm gonna go to roll for that Sabo enchant I just turned down on my ward for a building around that, and I'm not gonna get it. But I get it on this one, because the game knows. This enemy type is pain. That's why we have Skeep. shattered him in one hit. That was sick. Reload speed affect the repair time of Skullduggers? It does. Skulldugger reloads, Skulldugger repairs, excuse me, are reloads in all functions. So reload speed, effects that happen on reload, they all happen. They're just fancy reloads. Hey Alan Per, how you doing? You amaze me by having all the skills memorized. I don't have all of them memorized. It's just repeat ones kind of ingrained in there. I retain useless information and not useful information. So, for example, I could not tell you what I had for dinner 2 days ago. I just don't know. But I could tell you what skills are which in the Graveborn and Spellshot trees based on their icons. Counterfeit. Ooh, that can roll in other elements. That's good to know. Now, the effect is always lightning damage, apparently, but it can roll in other elemental resists. It's useful information. Might do something with that. Got the same memory at times, forgot what I was doing 30 minutes ago, can vividly remember something I did on vacation when I was 5. Yep. Certain kind of brain, I suppose. I could not tell you how my ship went Friday, but I can tell you every Magic the Gathering card with over a 5% showing in decks on EDA track. Yeah. So to get the DLC drops to be world drops, do I have to find them first in the DLC or just run it once and then they're added? Just run it once. Just run it once and you're good. Sorry for so many questions today? No. That's never a problem, Rob. Part of why I started streaming is because I wanted to be a reliable source answering questions about stuff, because these games are confusing. So I'm genuinely happy to help out. It's no trouble at all. Never have to be sorry about that. And that goes for everyone else as well. This enemy set is awkward because there's not many that can be frozen. That's where a lot of our damage comes from. We do go down a lot against trolls and ettins. Relentless Rage is gross. Yeah, you can just sit there, chop the kneecaps. Primordial Marshmallow. That's a sentence. A phrase. A phrase. Let's do the Blood Frenzy. How much does that give? 15%! That's nuts. Better than me, I go out to the kitchen for some water and pop some in the microwave, forget the water. Yep. What random objects have you guys left in the fridge? I put my wallet in the fridge before. I put my TV remote in the cat food container. I don't even watch TV.
I feel magical.
Infinite Wonderland's graphs? There's some out there. I've not, overseen any yet, personally. My phone in the fridge with the stream running. Your fridge just wanted to get those watch hours in. Farm those channel points, you know? It's a nice, chill stream. We all put our phones in the fridge. Apparently there's something wrong with us. Celissa? Oh my ass. So, Celissa kinda sucks on this setup, because you just die a lot. This is punishment for my joke. So my game is starting to stutter a lot. To the point where I can't tell what's happening when I'm right next to her. She's being extra toxic hanging out inside of the Fang radius. She doesn't always do that. Celissa, I've just developed a hatred for since my first C35 climb. I got her 7 times. I just don't like Celissa. Honestly ruins my day. Hey Dex, how you doing?
As I expected.
Cast 35 is much harder than Cast 20 was. Yeah, definitely. And I think that's a good thing. Wow, you tripled? You don't do that normally. I should really... Do I have a Fire Banshee? I should. I don't. Fuck. That's not intelligent of me. I should start carrying one. Slow and steady. The same about Banshee? Yeah, Mr. Third. Everyone's got that one boss that's just like, oh, it's you. Celyssa's not even difficult. She's just resistant to lightning and annoying. Always get Banshee.
Hardly getting started. You know, really, the practical word is done every day. Oh, practice right.
This is probably a fight where I should use a fortifying sigil instead of an empowering to get the heal and the damage. But... Yo, Ember, thank you so much for the 10 months on the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you. Primordial Neck Stick. Guess I have to take that. It's Archmage, which isn't ideal, but I'll take it. It's trying, but not hard enough for me to take that. How this build fight Nightmare Phase 2? By killing Nightmare. You just wait. Nightmare doesn't always teleport up, so if it doesn't teleport up, you just kill it while it's down here. Nightmare is very weak to the stuff this build does. And if it does go up, then you just chip at it with some sort of lightning gun and wait for it to come down, and you bonk it. Pretty straightforward. I meant it when I said it's only really Banshee and Drill that give this build problems. Solis is just annoying. Nightmare can sometimes choose to be annoying. Dragon Lord is fine until you have to shoot Bernadette, which is fine because Bernadette's weak and you can just use anything. Solis takes me twice as long. Dragon Lord I go into every 10 seconds. Solis is the worst. Solis is one of those fights where ranging her at all costs is nice, and not a lot of setups in this game are built around doing so. Like Solis on my chucking build, super straightforward. Isn't anything without Wrath of Nature for Ward and a pass for class armor? Depends. Depends. But often, it can feel that way, yeah. Wrath of Nature is just... That's part of why I say Wrath of Nature is overpowered, because... If a class is defined by one skill, maybe that skill's doing too much. Yeah, let's go back to the Chuck build. It was a big AoE find this weekend, saw some cursed stuff in the Discord. So, Splash Radius, or not Splash Radius, Spell Radius, rather. Poster builds anywhere? I have not yet for this game. I'm more of a live content guy, so getting me to do build videos is like pulling teeth. So like, not yet, but at some point I will. Sorry, couldn't hear over the sound of Double Knot. Counterfeint looks neat. I love Counterfeint, Low Rob. I've been using it on my pet build I've been theory crafting, and it works out quite nicely there. Gives you lots of time to hang out and delegate. Let's do an extended run. Power creep gets too big, we'll need those OP skills. I don't know about need, Irish Wiz. And designing the game around the strongest things is how you end up with situations like Borderlands 2's OP10, where, you know, build diversity felt like shit. That's how you end up with things like the True Trials bosses in Borderlands 3 when they first released. They had to nerf down the Hag of Fervor because it was designed to counter player one-shot strats, and no one else had fun with it. And the one-shots still one-shot it. So I don't think they should enter into consideration. I think balance around what's healthy for the game now, and worry about later. But yeah, Dex, triple radius, triple spell radius rolls on Ring at Primordial. If you get it on a Mood Ring, that's 100% spell radius per ring. And you get the radius to a crazy point where sigils cover entire rooms, cube hits entire maps, etc., etc. Own a musket for home defense, since that's what the Founding Fathers intended. 4 ruffians break into my house. What the devil? As I grab my powdered wig and Kentucky rifle, blow a golf ball sized hole through the first man. He's dead on the spot. Draw my pistol on the second man, miss him entirely because it's smooth bore and nails the neighbor's dog. I have to resort to the cannon mounted at the top of the stairs, loaded with grape shot. Tally ho, lads! The grape shot shreds 2 men. Interesting submission sandwich. Interesting.
I'm out of bullets now, but
Let's make this interesting.
Standard Dark Pact. Depends. Stand of the Soul creates new damage, whereas Dark Pact boosts existing damage. So if you already have dark magic bonuses, and your primary source of doing damage is spells, then Stand of the Soul is going to do more for you, because it'll create more damage. Now, if you're trying to hit a higher theoretical peak damage, Dark Pact does more for that, because it'll boost things that then get their own bonus elements. So like if you're using a dark magic spell, you know, Dark Pact might end up doing more. But it's a situational pick. Gabe stutters way too much. There we go. I don't even know what happened there. Hey, Onyx. Spore Warden's pretty good if you didn't know. I was not aware. Tell me more. I've obviously never played Spore Warden.
Ha!
This is news to me.
Classic hero thing.
Thanks for the reload, Jin. I can get used to
Oh, Spore Warden bad. Hey Felicia, how you doing? I was hoping that would launch me to the moon. It didn't. Sad about it. Claw best class though, rated by Kotaku. Sigma Kotaku grind set. Kotaku on some Giga Chad shit, and I respect it. In this one instance, they're otherwise trash. I hate these fucking snowballs that the wyverns throw at you. They never go away. They last for fucking ever, unless you let them hit you. Are you just gonna breathe fire indefinitely? Like, what is happening there? That was a lot of fire. Okay. box gives us a slam amulet. There is one. Vorkenar's cog. Wyvern had some real spicy lunch earlier, couldn't help it, apparently. Yep, cog. Why is elemental overflow a thing? Someone in their office really, really, really likes being killed by bullshit. That is the only logical explanation I can come up with. They also like randomly not doing damage. Like, let's structure three of our characters around certain elements. And then just arbitrarily turn off elements with 0 player agency. Good idea. It was stupid in Borderlands 3 and it's stupid now. Hey, if it wasn't clear to you guys, I don't like elemental overflow. You think a cut burst would be too useful in Chaos for them to justify adding it? That's a complicated question. Dynaxis. It's not something I've thought too hard about. My knee-jerk instinct says no, it wouldn't be a problem. Because what would it change is the thing we need to think about. Like, Chuck builds can already diversify enough where you infrequently run out of ammo. What else chugs ammo that much? Launchers? People aren't even using launchers in the situations they're good for now. Maybe it would get people using more launchers. And, like, they're still not gonna compete with certain other avenues of doing damage. Like, I don't think it hurts anything. Yo, Mercy Siren! Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? How was stream? What'd you get up to? We are using our Furior Lightning Bolt chucking build, which does lots of damage. Just relaxing on Chaos 35. I've not tried this against raid bosses since I got a few gear upgrades, so we're gonna try at the very least the yellow boss and see how it goes. But if you guys don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff in Borderlands, Wonderlands, other games and such. I spend too much time doing it. You could say I know life it. So what's the pet name? Would help launchers and sawmills, so I'm for it. Yeah. But, as always, it's great having you around, Mercy Siren. I appreciate you bringing your community over here and thinking of us in my little corner of the internet. Counterfeit, yes please. Love that shield. Ward, whatever. Fear not, lightning spears get spell damage. That's something that needs to be tested, homie data. I've heard conflicting reports on that. I've not personally tested. Because I'd have to throw it on not a spell shot for an accurate test, and I don't have enough bank space to transfer items. Is the real reason. Back to more unnecessary news, and now I've properly set up 2 classes in my BL2 multi-classing system of insanity. Now to actually rebalance and rework the skills so that it works cohesively, and then move on to the other classes. Also, I apologize to anyone new coming in for after reasons. Never change, Asa. Never change.
At least you're
Oh, I hit myself. Okay, good fight.
You knew what this was.
What if I change just to spite you? Understandable, I support your decision. Blank slate with ability level +2. Hello. Yes, please. Lurk can get some noms, keep being awesome. No, you. And once again, I appreciate it. Thank you. What's the mule count as of now? Into the double digits, Rohith. I don't have an exact count, but it's into the double digits. I did delete some after consolidating some items today, and I probably should have just kept the saves. I wasn't really thinking when I did that. I just wanted my saves list to be shorter so I could scroll easier on stream, but now I have less storage, so it's in a bit of a pickle.
Hope one of these lands in an idiot. Thanks for the reload, idiot. I've got all the magic I need.
Ouch. You beat through my Harbinger. That was a lot of damage.
Thought you had me, did ya? That's the way, you little rot blossom.
Show you a little rot blossom. Sounds like butthole. Maybe I won't do that.
Let's make this interactive. Another knot is not pulling through.
I was gonna melee that enemy to finish him with Echo, but having Elemental Overflow on when you are using an Echo weapon means you just fucking die. Chums doesn't like to drop his DLC legendaries or cosmetics. I should try farming Chums, like, directly. I haven't done that yet. Like, I've only killed him to open him up in the Chaos Chamber. I should try actually farming him. See how that goes. Pay actual money for a piece of gear that reduces or eliminates enemy knockback? Yeah, same. Same.
Oi! Thanks for that!
Oh good, enemies immune to cryo on this one.
Ready to bring the arcane pain!
That's only most of my damage. That's fine. That's fine. We'll recover. It'll be fine.
Like rubbish. Died nicely though. Simple geometry.
Game really doesn't want me to have fun, give me a choice between Toothless and Nasty Spell. Yeah, if I get that, Handsome Sultan, I usually just re-roll the run. When it forces you to choose between, like, Nullify and Toothless, or Nasty Spell and Toothless, it's just like, I'll do something else. What gun is that? This is a times 18 body rocker. Oh, that bug's back. Times 18 body rocker. It's only a volatile. Only. I want a primordial of this. That'll absolutely shred. But it's a 3 mag, and I've got enough mag size from my amulet and myth rank that I get it up to a 5 mag, which means I get 3 shots before reloading. Times 18 body rockers with ideal parts have a 18% sticky mult, so I'm able to apply, what is that? 36 plus 18, that amount. 54 stickies at once. That then each of those individual stickies gets 18% mult because they're all there at once, and it's a lot of damage. I should use the non-Ellie to get through the ward.
Got him before they hit the ground.
Goodbye, Parasite. Definitely sold a ton of body rockers without even trying them. Yep. Body rockers slap hard. They're very good. Body rockers are better than the legendary equivalents. It's one of the very few times people are right about that. People kind of make that generalization about all legendaries, but it's really like just Torg stickies. Hi, Petrie. So Spore Spell Shot with Paradigm, more damage than Spore Zerker with supposed to be Wrath of Nature? Generally, yes. Spell Shot with Paradigm is just kind of overpowered. Zerker would have some nice things going for it, though, in this setup. Getting area damage and tree from Zerker would be nice. We'd get Enrage's bonus element applying to our Spore Fuse, which would be nice, especially with Soak. Us getting... sorry, hang on. Us getting Blood Frenzy instead of, us getting Blood Frenzy from Tree would mean we wouldn't need to crutch on Body Rune for healing as hard. And that'd be pretty comfortable. Wow, you're just gonna spawn me looking at it? Cool. Valid.
I've got vengeance on my mind. Piss off to the hereafter.
Shotgun Bunny addiction back? Might be. Hey Zifnab, how you doing? Long time no see. Hope you're well. Need an intervention? I'm kind of on the Pistol Bunny right now, Dear African Cat. Because I want more Fear Knots. I don't have any Primordial Fear Knots with rolls that I want. Like, I have this one. Could have rolled better. And it's Fire, which is the least desirable for what I'm doing here. It's a work in progress. Yeah, but to answer the question more, Petrie, Berserker could do some cool things here, because we could go down a comparable distance down Berserker tree. We could grab Blood Frenzy, and we wouldn't be as tied to Body Rune. Having that ever-present Enrage bonus element would play very nicely with Soak. We could still grab reload speed. Berserker also has a reload speed skill. Could run Cape of Tide instead of Paradigm. Cape of Tide would free up our spell slot, which we could then use for a Freezing Sigil to take advantage of Icebreaker. This setup could perform very well as a Berserker as well. I might actually try that out. I might do some science, because the more I'm thinking about it, the more I like it. And anything that gets me away from Paradigm, I like. Paradigm's one of those things that's just like, ugh, too gross. I already have a Volatile Envy, but that's nice. I need more inventories. Like, what is this? How do I never have inventory slots, chat? It's because I pick up random pretty things, but... Afterburner kind of sucks, I can drop that. I do want to keep that Master Rune, though. I have a better blank slate, I can't afford to drop that. Don't need that. Okay, what do I roll? Shotgun Bunny, Pistol Bunny, Ring. Ring, Ring. At least until we get another Shark Bane. Your problem, put down the Moscoms. True. Very true. I want more gun damage Shark's Banes. So, like, we'll go until we get another Shark's Bane from Ring Bunny. Need to buy more STUs. Do I have money? I could probably afford one. Yeah. You know, that's actually trying. Action skills ready, effects increased by 25%. Action skills always ready if you're a Spore Warden with Barrage and the Reload enchant, which I am. Ability damage, ability crits, spell radius, companion health. That's a good ring. That's a good drop. Maybe not ideal for this setup, but there's definitely setups that could make use of that. I should also roll melee weapons because I want Primordial Banshees. Let me do that. Not a great haul this run, but it's okay. All I have to do is ask. Yeah, Primordial Banshee, please, game. Thank you. That's not what I asked for. Primordial Banshee. Maybe better than Wardwood Ring, Paradise Enchant for Barrage and Reload, literally always active. Yeah, I'm running... what ring archetype is that? Promise Ring. Yeah, I run Promise Ring on this setup. If I was to drop Mage Armor, then I would go for Mood Ring. But currently I'm using Mage Armor and Harbinger to help tank. So, higher damage would be Mood Ring, no Mage Armor, Joint Training. Yeah, Joint Training over Harbinger. Oh boy, Volatile Green G-Wizard. Everything I wanted.
Ah, you're here, my faithful mushroom.
Need some steel, do ya?
These are good. Micro Rockets, Stoker Launchers. Because these are still 1 ammo per shot, and you get 2 per trigger pull. So 12,000, or sorry, 12,000, 1,227 times 2 per 1 ammo of this element. Their area damage, you can get some pretty good damage out of that. I like those. Oh, my bank's at 510 out of 510. Alright, well, I gotta buy storage. But it's about ending time, and I'm gonna cook a bunch of food today, so I have a bunch of meal prep to do. So I'm actually gonna end pretty on time. So, thank you guys for hanging out. I'm gonna find somewhere for us to raid, but if you enjoy the content today, drop me a follow. I'm live 6 days a week. I'll be live tomorrow, 9:30-ish a.m. Eastern. I've been starting a little bit early, so somewhere around that time. Reason not a virtue, ever knows the price has no value. That's generally fair, yeah. Yeah, let's find somewhere to go. Thank you guys, as always, for the support. I'll keep refining my builds, come at you with some new content tomorrow. I always try to do something different, something interesting, and I wanted to get some significant grind time in on this this week's featured run before I changed out for something else. So we got Lazy doing his thing, K6 is still on. Probably not for much longer, we have like the same stream schedule, it's awkward. Tizzle's playing Tomb Raider. Don't want to stress him out too much. Major's on. It's easy. Let's go to Lazy. Raid message. Yeah, let's do this one. Alright, we're gonna go mug Lazy for more featured runs, because I'm a featured run stan, and he'll understand it. So, put the featured run in the bag. We're gonna go grab featured runs. But thank you guys once again. Yeah, if I remember to, I'll put pictures of all the stuff I'm cooking tonight in the Discord. We have a food channel in the Discord for recipes and food pics and all that kind of cool stuff. Also, Discord's a great way to just hang out with the community. We've got community saves channel if someone finds a good drop that you're looking for. There's also an LFG channel and lots of resources and people to chat with and everything. It's a good place. You should join the Discord. But anyway, I've rambled enough. You guys are amazing. Thank you. I will catch you next time. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And once again, Mercy Siren, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Bye.
Ascension.